Good morning, everyone, to this fine day. Yes, Eura. I will open the meeting now at 9:32, and we have a quorum of councillors, so that's not an issue. I would like to acknowledge the Quandamooka people, who are the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet, and I'll pay respect to their elders past, present, and extend that respect to any Indigenous Australians and indeed all of our elders who are in the room and listening today online. I would also like to make special mention. Councillor Boglari has let me know that the Year 4s from Redland College are learning about local government. So a special hello to the Year 4s. They're out there watching the live feed this morning, and we're cognizant that they are learning from our example. I would like to remind everyone that this meeting is being recorded in audio and video, as well as being live streamed online, as mentioned. Councillors are reminded that parliamentary privilege does not extend to this chamber as it does in state and federal chambers, and you are reminded to be cognizant of this in any comments which you may make during the course of this meeting. I'd also like to remind councillors to use the microphone when speaking. For any councillors or officers who are attending virtually, please use the mute button when you are not speaking. And with that, I acknowledge Mayor Karen Williams is online. I can see she has joined the meeting there. In the event of an evacuation, I would like to ask that everyone remain calm, follow directions of the staff, and the emergency exit is through the gallery doors on the left or my right, and down the stairwell to exit out onto Bloomfield Street. We do allow the general public to attend our meeting, so I must remind anyone attending of 8.4 in our standing orders. All members of the public present at a meeting must, not without the prior approval of the chairperson, make any audio or video recordings or take any photographs. Remain quiet and not disrupt the meeting in any way. Not bring into the meeting any signs, placards or items that may cause a hazard or interfere with any other person present. Be suitably attired. Turn all mobile devices to silent and leave the meeting to take any calls. And as the chairperson, it is my responsibility to warn a member of the public present at a meeting who is not complying with any of these requirements and may, with or without such warning, require the person to leave the meeting and not return for such period as the chairperson decides. This period may include future meetings. So, first of all, councillors, as I mentioned, we have Mayor Karen Williams absent from the chamber but in the meeting online. So I would like to ask that we have a mover and a seconder for a motion that Mayor Karen Williams be permitted to participate in the meeting via teleconference. Moved Councillor Edwards, seconded Councillor Mackenzie. Those in favour? That's unanimous. Yep. Thank you. Welcome to the meeting, Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Councillor Toti.
I also need a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Paul Golay could not be present at the meeting today, so I need a mover and a seconder to grant a leave of absence to Councillor Golay for this meeting. Moved Councillor Mitchell, seconded Councillor Edwards. Those in favour? That's privacy. That's unanimous. Thank you.
Aye.
Oh, and Councillor Williams has voted in the affirmative. We'll take a minute to remind all councillors to sign the attendance sheet for today's general, which you know you'll find in your diligent boards and needs to be completed before the end of the meeting today. We have our devotional segment now, and I'd like to welcome Pastor Jim DeWitt of the Redlands Christian Reformed Church, who is a member of the Ministers' Fellowship and will now lead council in a brief devotional segment. Welcome, Pastor Jim. We've had you here before. We know you well.
Yeah. Thank you. Just Thank you for the invitation and the honour just to be able to open this meeting with a devotion and prayer. I was introduced as the pastor of Redland Christian Reformed Church, but that's not true anymore, sadly. Well, after I've had the privilege of serving that church for 11 years, but I've just recently moved to pastor a church in the Wishart area. So this will be my last time with you, moving into the greater Brisbane area. But I'm still going to live in the Redlands because it's just a delightful place to live. Just the natural beauty, the infrastructure, just makes it a great place to live. So we're going to continue to live in here until the commute gets too much, I suppose. But we just love living here because of the city, and that's in due part to the council workers as well as the natural beauty, but also the hard work of you councillors. And so we want to thank you as the churches, but I personally want to thank you for the work that you guys do in just making this city what it is. And so thank you for that work. Because I know, having spoken to many of you, that as elected representatives, you take that privilege and that responsibility seriously. And it's a tough task at times because we understand, and particularly in meetings like this, that there are differing opinions and ideas and philosophies that clash in a place like this. And so it's our prayer as the churches that you can do that with integrity and honesty, and that you can continue to work together for the good of this city. So I really appreciate that. Because as the churches, we do pray for you regularly. We pray that you would be able to make the decisions that are the best interests for the city, which we know that you do because we see it it's evidenced in where we live and the things that we enjoy here. I just wanted to start by reading a few words from a psalm. The Psalms is a book of poetry and songs in the Bible, and this song was sung at the coronation of a king, and it talks about the integrity and the character of the king. I just want to read some of the verses from there because I think it relates to all people who are in authority and people who have had decision makers and the decisions that they make. And so the song goes, "Endow the king with your justice, O God, the royal son with your righteousness. May he judge your people in righteousness, your afflicted ones with justice. For he will deliver the needy who cry out, the afflicted who have no one to help. He will take pity on the weak and needy and save the needy from death. He will rescue them from oppression and violence, for precious is their blood in his sight." So instead it talks about the character of the king, that he's righteous. So that would go for leaders, that they're righteous. That's the idea of doing the right thing in the right way. It's doing what is just and doing it in a way that honours the people. Because it talks about the character of the king, the nature of the king, that he's compassionate. And in those words there, he cares for the citizens of the kingdom. And I think that relates to you as councillors too, that you care for the citizens of this city. And so that's our prayer, that you'll be able to do things right and in the right way, and do it for the good of the citizens of this city. You'll continue to do that. So let me lead you in prayer. Our Heavenly Father, in the name of our Lord Jesus, we come before you as this council of the city gathers today. They gather to discuss and look at issues that affect all of us. And so we thank you for this council. We thank you for our mayor, our councillors, our city staff, all those who work to make this place such a wonderful city to live in. We thank you for the calling you've given them to be good stewards, care and managers of the creation, the beauty of this place, this city and its infrastructure and its citizens. We pray that they may be characterised by being just and compassionate. And Father, we know they all come into this room, in this space today, as complex human beings, carrying burdens, joys, hopes, sorrows, along with that desire to see the city flourish. And so we pray in this meeting that you would surround them with your love and peace. We pray they'll have joy in the task to which they've been called, recognising the privilege that's been entrusted to them. Pray that you'll bless them with a wise and caring spirit. We pray that you would fill them with wisdom and knowledge as they discuss and deliberate on the agenda items before them today. We pray that they would listen well. We pray that they would respond in grace and wisdom to those who think differently. and work together with a spirit of mutual respect. We pray for strength and courage to do what is right, to do what is good for this city and its citizens. We pray that they may put the interests of others above their own, so together they might serve the common good of Redland's residents, that they might honour the purpose to which they've been elected, and they may act for the common good. We pray that in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Thank you very much, Pastor Jim. Pardon me, thank you. Now, councillors, we just take a moment, we move on to recognition of achievement. And we have a council officer here who has the very unique privilege for us, I should say, not for him, to have stayed with council for 50 years. And in these times of the difficulty we have in retaining staff and people having different careers over a long time, it is a very unique thing to be able to say to Mr. Paul Clements, thank you for all of your hard work over 50 years for this community through this organisation. 50 years is an extraordinary amount of time to stay with one organisation, and it's a testament to both Paul and this organisation that we work to provide a lifestyle for people as part of their job that they feel happy to stay. So with the informal part of that, I'll now move on to the more formal recognition. So we do have to speak about you, Paul. So Paul started his career at Redland City Council on the 15th of October 1973. And at that time, he was in the Water Board Department of Council, and as this year has reached the extraordinary milestone of 50 years of service to the Redlands Coast community. It wasn't long after his career in council began that he demonstrated his interest and eager attitude in the new conventional trickling filter plant commissioned in 1974. As the newly appointed operator, Paul was now responsible for the Cleveland wastewater treatment plant, thus ensuring he would be a third-generation water treatment operator following in his father's and his grandfather's footsteps. During this time, he witnessed the successful completion and commissioning of 2 treatment facilities on a single site, which is a truly remarkable and rare achievement in itself. Over the past 50 years, Paul has led a team of experienced, inexperienced and assistant operators, ensuring the future of Redland City Council's water operations would be in the hands of some of the highest of achievers and well-trained people on a day-to-day basis, ensuring responsibility for both the environment and the city's residents were receiving the best and most serviceable outcomes. His attention to detail and assurance that everything was above board meant that we always knew that the quality of work was maintained to Paul's high standards and that his team were doing the right thing by the people of Redlands. Paul is a proud father of his son Jeb and daughter Kimberly, husband to his dear wife Julie, and Poppy to his grandchildren that he adores. He will be leaving He will be leaving behind a legacy that may never be achieved again in our organisation and in the industry for that matter. He is respected by all and will leave behind a pair of big boots to fill for the next operator. There really is no accolade that can genuinely show the level of appreciation we have for such service and dedication, and we hope that Paul leaves feeling content with and proud of all of his achievements. Thank you very much and congratulations on this major milestone. And as such, because it is such a rare milestone, our recognition of achievement award badges that are normally presented on decades of achievement did not go up to 50 years. So they had to have one specially cast just for Paul. So with that, we will present that recognition of achievement.
was just told that he wasn't in shot for the grade 4s that are watching, so 50 years, but now he's in the, I think that's probably on shot now. They can see you.
Thank you.
Shake your hands. This one there. There you go. Well done. That's right.
Yes, I don't know why I've got a frog in my throat all of a sudden.
Tremendous. Thanks, Paul.
Oh.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you, councillors. And after that pleasant duty, we move on to receipt and confirmation of minutes. Can I have a mover and a seconder that the minutes of the general meeting held on 13th of September be confirmed, please? Moved Councillor Hughes, seconded Councillor Mitchell. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Hughes? Are there any items of correctness? Right. With that, I put the motion. Those in favour?
Aye.
That's carried unanimously. We also need to have a mover and a seconder for the minutes of the special meeting held on the 27th of September, for those to be confirmed. Can I have a mover and a seconder for the minutes? Moved Councillor Boglari, seconded Councillor Bishop. Any items of correctness, Councillor Boglari? With that, I put the vote. All those in favour? That's
Aye.
carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillors, at this point, I need to, noting I spilt coffee on the super duper new expensive speaker. I need to remind all the councillors present of your responsibilities under declaration of prescribed conflict of interest and declarable conflicts of interest. Councillors, you are reminded of those responsibilities in relation to prescribed conflicts of interest and declarable conflict of interest at a meeting. And details of those can be found as outlined in the agenda. Please be reminded that all interests need to be declared at a statutory meeting of council. This means any prescribed or declarable conflict of interest relating to an item being discussed at a non-statutory meeting needs to be declared at the general or special meeting preceding the non-statutory meeting or workshop. A potential list of items to be discussed on all non-statutory meetings are made available to you all preceding the general meeting so that you can achieve this. Declarations can also be made at any time throughout this meeting. I've not been advised of any declarations. We have some declarations. I'll start with Councillor Hewlett.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I've just got I believe I have a prescribed conflict of interest. I'm not actually 100% sure because I know there's a statute of limitation of 8 years or 2 terms, but I honestly can't remember whether this particular person donated to my campaign in 2016, so I don't remember, but I'm going to declare it. I, Councillor Lance Hewlett, declare I have a prescribed conflict of interest in item 20.1 at the general meeting on the 11th of October 2023, due to I received an in-kind donation, purchase of raffle tickets, and I've just lost my screen.
Just hold on a moment, Councillor Hewlett, please. Yes.
Sorry, through you, Deputy Mayor, just being very clear that 20.1 is a confidential item, and I'm just wanting to be clear.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't think of that.
That we don't reveal confidential matters in your declaration. So we might just get some advice if you're okay between now and that item. Yeah. I think I know. I think I understand. But I just want to make sure that we don't.
Okay.
Well, you've actually got to declare it. You've got to declare it in open, but we might get some advice about how you do that. Councillor Hewlett, if you don't mind. Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Deputy Mayor.
So whilst we're getting that advice for Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Bishop, you had a declaration you wanted to make?
No, Madam Chair, I was simply just pointing out Councillor Hewlett. That's all. No,
thank you for pointing me out.
Okay. Thank you. Well, Councillor Hewlett, when you're ready to make that declaration later in the meeting, you just let us know. Okay, with that, I will move on to matters outstanding from previous general meeting and hand over to the Chief Executive Officer for an update.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Item 7.1 is the notice of motion into the investigation into a location for a wildlife hospital. That report will come to a future meeting of Council. 7.2 is the subordinate local law number 4, local government controlled areas, facilities and roads. That will Item 3 of that particular outstanding matter will come to a future meeting of Council. 7.3 is the potential options to support the delivery of affordable housing on Redlands Coast. That item is actually on today's agenda as item 15.3. 7.4 is the notice of motion on Council's programs related to the Environmental Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act. Report will come to a future meeting of Council, as will 7.5, the draft Birkdale Community Precinct Local Government Infrastructure Designation Consultation Report will come to a future meeting of Council. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. There is no mayoral minute to be presented this morning, so we move on to 9, public participation. In accordance with section 6.10 of Council's meeting standing orders, a period of 15 minutes may be made available by resolution to permit members of the public to address the local government on matters of public interest relating to the local government. If any member of the public wishes to speak, we will go into public participation. I am advised we have one member of the public who wishes to address Council. So if I could have a mover and a seconder to go into suspend the meeting to allow that 15 minutes of public participation. Move Councillor Bishop, seconded Councillor Edwards. Those in favour? Right. That is unanimous. So with that, we have one speaker. Mrs. Debbie Swain. Oh, okay. Whilst Mrs. Swain's getting ready, I will just... Ready to go? Yeah. Now, Mrs. Swain, before you commence, I will just read to you the rules of public address in the chamber. You may have noticed the signage in the chambers regarding public participation at meetings. It is Council's usual practice to require any person wishing to address the meeting to state their name and suburb or the organisation they represent and the subject they wish to speak about. This information is recorded in the minutes of the meeting and is a public document available for inspection at Council's Administration Building and published on Council's website. I also advise that the meeting is being live streamed and that by speaking you acknowledge and agree that this meeting can be seen live in the public domain. Any person wishing to address the meeting will need to state their name, suburb and organisation they represent and the subject they wish to speak about. Stand if able to do so. Act and speak with decorum, be respectful and courteous, make no comments directed at any individual council employee, councillor or member of the public, ensuring that all comments relate to council as a whole. As chairperson, it is my responsibility to consider each application on its merits and consider relevant matters in making a decision to allow or disallow a person to address the local government. Only those members of the public who have an approved application are able to do so, and details on how to apply are on Council's website. There is only one speaker today, and each speaker has a maximum of 5 minutes depending on the number of speakers. So with that, Mrs. Swain, I will give you the floor. You have 5 minutes, and if you could start by introducing yourself, the suburb you live in or the organisation you represent.
Good morning, Deputy Mayor and Councillors. My name is Deborah Swain of Wellington Point. I am here as a Redlands resident to share my views on the Cleveland Aquatic Centre, which I note is on your agenda today. You may ask, as one councillor did in a long email of the 4th of October, why I have not done a petition earlier. Why? I personally find I have to. Well, councillors, the reason for the timing is on account of being a full-time carer for my darling husband since November 2020, COVID, breast cancer and treatments. Now, in recovery, I am able to help, and a petition is the right thing to do because money spent on Cleveland Aquatic Centre 2019-20 have made little difference to the long-term poor condition of the toilet, showers and concrete areas, and funding announced subsequently will prove inadequate. A group of pool patrons got nowhere with their representations to council, the Division 2 councillor or to the centre management. I have the knowledge of how to do petitions, as my first was 2006 to stop a road going through bushland, then 2017 as a member of the Donald Simpson Centre seeking to retain their operational funding. As nobody else came forward, and as a long-term previous member of this facility, 2012 to 2017, I still maintain friendships with regular pool patrons, so I wish to help and offered to be the principal petitioner. One of the pool members advised me of a group that was continually approaching council for certain improvements. They would deal with the liaison officers, and I presume these meetings are somehow documented with council. Due to the continued concerns of patrons, I was invited to the pool by a member mid-September for a coffee and chat. I was appalled. It was not up to standards and basic health standards required for the showers and toilets. Over the past decade, the condition of the facility has warranted far more attention than it has been given. Patrons have been plagued with uncertainty as the requests fell on deaf ears and announcements were made about the facility's future. But one thing is for certain, nobody wants it to be run down or shut down. The Cleveland Aquatic Centre has Redland's only 15-metre Olympic pool. Many swim squads, an elite marathon group, learn to swim for schools in all ages, aqua aerobics, rehabilitation, small gym, water park beaches, recreation and school carnivals. Councillors should be aware of the 2022 report by Royal Lifesaving Australia. The state of aquatic facility infrastructure in Australia, which states the importance of these aquatic centres, saying they are essential service for our communities to access now and, more importantly, into the future. The same report also predicts within the next 10 years up to 40% of public aquatic facilities owned by local government will need to be replaced. How prepared are we? Fortunately, the Cleveland Aquatic Centre is ideally located and there is land to expand, alter, renovate, rebuild. During the very short time of doing this petition, I've learned that many pool patrons are not aware this facility is owned by Redland City Council. The reasoning when I asked seemed to be because of the lack of maintenance, and therefore they thought the Cleveland Aquatic Centre was privately owned. Belgravia Leisure has been in the pool management business for over 30 years and manages huge water leisure facilities Australia-wide. People want the Cleveland Aquatic Centre to meet the Australian standards. Redland City Council posted that $416,000 was to be spent on refurbishment to showers, toilets and the entry on their Redlands coast dated the 27th of September. This petition outlines my listening to our community. My hope is that Redland City Council in turn listens to their community. No more Band-Aids as Band-Aids fall off. And there are a few places where that is more noticeable than at a swimming pool. We want certainty that Council has laid forward plans.
Swain, you have reached your 5 minutes, so if you could wrap up, please.
In conclusion of my address, Councillors must surely take on board 2014 advice given to RCC by specialist aquatic engineers, the 2019 Delotti report that said the Cleveland Aquatic Centre was not fit for purpose and that it required 15 to 20 million expenditure with a spend of 8.2 million by 2022. The 2022 Royal Life Saving Australia report, which stresses the importance of facilities such as the Cleveland Aquatic Centre to the wellbeing of residents. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. With that, councillors, that is our only public participant. So if I could move that we go back into the formal meeting. Moved by Councillor Edwards, seconded by Councillor Boglari. Those in favour?
Aye.
That's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, with that we move to petitions and presentations, and I'm advised that Councillor Mitchell has a petition that he wishes to present on behalf of residents. Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, delighted to present this petition from residents requesting that Council improves the quality and availability of public swimming facilities in Redland City. So I'll read the petition through. We, the undersigned, request that Council take immediate action to improve the quality and availability of public swimming facilities in Redland City, including reduced pool admission prices, noting that Redland City Council has reduced its general admission charges to $2 per visit for the 2023-24 summer. Devise and implement plans to refurbish or replace the 45-year-old Cleveland Aquatic Centre as soon as practicable, noting Deloitte's advice to Council in 2019 that this facility is not fit for purpose and needs immediate replacement. Devise and implement plans to increase accessibility to the Bay Islands Aquatic Centre for Russell Island, including heating this pool for year-round use, and urgently undertake a full and proper aquatic facilities needs study for Redland City, including the islands, to determine with genuine community engagement the current and likely future requirements of the Redlands community, which will form the basis of an update to the Council's 10-year capital works program. So we'll move the motion, and the motion is that this petition is of an operational nature to be received and referred to the Chief Executive Officer for consideration.
Thank you. With that, we'll take a vote. All those in favour? Oh, sorry. Second, Councillor Boglari.
Microphone.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Williams. All those in favour?
That's right.
That's unanimous. Thank you. And with our presentations, I believe Councillor Hughes has a presentation she would like to make today.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. In my presentation this morning, this year, the Australian Local Government Women's Association Queensland State Conference was held at the Brisbane Airport Conference Centre and was disappointingly not very well attended this year. However, the agenda over the 2 days was very relevant, with keynote presentations on the topics of AI technology, innovation and you, councillor conduct, pitfalls and perils, life after council, an ALGWA national update, economic and demographic trends, ethical decision making, and topically, Greg Chimello's presentation of why local government is exceptionally important and largely irrelevant. As you can imagine, that generated a good debate. However, as per last year's conference in Airlie Beach, the highlight of the agenda was the last presentation from the most incredible young lady, Natasha, the Gold Coast City Council's Public Space Liaison Officer. Tash is someone that shares the lives of our most vulnerable, emphasising that they are real people with real names, real clothes, a few meagre possessions, and in several cases, real pets. That's our homeless. As I reported last year, Tash walks the streets and beaches of the Gold Coast across known hotspots with her infectious, and when you meet Tash, morning, she builds relationships with care, respect, and sheer personality. She earns trust, makes connections, and offers a hand up. Here was a personal presentation from a young council employee who shared interactions from a couple of her working days. And again, it just brings tears to your eyes, genuinely heartfelt. And she talked about the impacts that was achieved. Tash was also so thankful to her council colleagues and councillors for their strong support in the role. Tash's presentation was a timely reminder that councils rightly focus on delivery of vital services, but we should never lose the personal touch. We are the front line, the face of government, and I was very thankful to attend the conference as it was really relevant and it did reflect this year's theme perfectly, the perils and possibilities of local government. And I really commend what the Gold Coast is doing in that space. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. Moving on to 11, Order of Business, I believe Councillor Bishop has a motion he would like to put on 16.2.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I was going to suggest that we move 16.2 up in the order to support the Speaker, but they seem to have left, so
so you're happy to leave that go now?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right. So, moving on, reports from organisational services. Now, this one is a late report, councillors, so it's a little bit out of your agenda.
Oh, we just have to change in our...
I'm advised if you click into 13.1 on your main agenda, it will take you out of your page and into the late item.
No.
Is that not true?
That is...
Okay. Okay, I'll give you all a moment to find that if you feel you need to. And I'll ask our CFO to be ready to present the item. Councillor Edwards, would you like to move the item? You're waving at me. And seconded Councillor McKenzie.
Right, hopefully all councillors have had time to...
Yes, is everybody happy to move forward?
Well, everyone should be familiar with this because these monthly financial reports come to us every month, as the name implies. And this year's current is for September. It's, as usual, a very good set of figures, and things such as capital works are still in advance. One thing I'd like to note, though, is that when we go from the end of the financial years, we have July, August, September, we say that they're generally subject to the audit that comes through. And in this agenda, we've had that audit done. I'd just like to point out one highlight about this is that the audit office didn't make any changes to the financials that the council has done. And that's extraordinary amount. You consider the amount of financial works and processes that are undertaken in this organisation. To reach this point in time, there's no adjustments made. So I'd just like to thank the council financial team for achieving that. They do it day in, day out. And again, another good set of figures.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Any speakers against? Oh. No speakers against. You have a question, Councillor Bishop?
Yes, thank you. A question without notice, if I may, through you to our CFO. Just wondering, I note on the CapEx that we are, where are we? That we're basically several $1 million ahead in our monthly turnover, which is tremendous. I wonder, can I just ask, is that an effect of going into multi-year planning? Well, has that helped in some way? I just thought I'd ask that question.
Thank you, CFO.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you as Chair, thank you, Councillor Bishop, for the opportunity. You're right, we are 4.4 million ahead on our capital works program. It is due in the main to the capital carryovers. So you'll recall we've had discussions at the tail end of last year and the start of this year that The infrastructure pipeline, we've made it large so that we can attract grants, we can respond to global shortages, financial crisis, and availability of both inventory and contractors and consultants. So we carried over in the order of 47 million back in August. The council resolved to do that. So we've continued those works 1 July onwards, and we've also started the $136 million capital program that you adopted on the 26th of June. So it's a combination of those two large programs and an excellent organisation headed up by the CEO that is delivering. So with respect to timing, very hard to accurately determine exactly when something will finish, and we monitor that every month, as you know.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is this a question, Councillor Hughes? Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And actually, following on from Councillor Bishop's question, I was looking at page 16 is our constrained cash reserves. And I note that the reserves as a percentage of cash balance is down to 44%. To our CFO through you, Deborah, if you would kindly just outline that 44%. We traditionally, over many years, have sat around that 50%, give or take. It changes each month, it fluctuates, but I've not actually ever noted it down to 44%, I don't think.
If you could explain that, thank you, CFO.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you as Chair. Thank you, Councillor Hughes, for this opportunity to talk to the constrained cash reserves. As you know, we have a policy, and the policy is that you as a council have chosen to constrain certain funds. The majority of those constrained cash reserves are infrastructure charges, and we put those into a reserve so that they're used on the right project at the right time. The bulk of the movement this year that has brought the balance of reserves as a proportion of cash balance is because that we're going headstrong into a lot of capital works, as you've heard through Councillor Bishop's question. There is also a higher cash balance than anticipated, because you might recall we got some high cash amounts in June and then the last week of June before the close of the financial year. But absolutely, there's a commitment across the organisation. The page itself talks to the funds contributed to the reserve, what goes into the reserve and what comes out. And you can see that the organisation, through the ELT, is accurately using those reserves on the right projects. That's why the percentage is lower than 50% in what it's been in the past.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards, did you want to wrap up?
I think everything's been said. Thank you.
Okay, with that, I put their vote, councillors. Those in favour?
Aye.
That's carried unanimously. Moving on to item 13.2, the Queensland Audit Office Financial Management Report. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved, Councillor Hughes. Seconded, Councillor Boglari. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Hughes?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, this report, Queensland Audit Office Financial Management Report, years 22 to 23, is the final management report presented to Council. I would then like to, if I could, ask the question on page 23, thanks Sarah, the first page of the report, if it can come up on the screen. We talk about the actions and implementations, and there's a note here that says corrective actions were acknowledged prior to receipt of the final report. But then on the very last line of the page, it is noteworthy achievement of an organisation as large and diverse as Council to receive no deficiencies across the full year, which is what Councillor Edwards just alerted to. But there it talks about corrective actions were acknowledged prior to the report. So I'm keen.
Are you asking for an explanation of
thank you.
Those two things?
Yes, thanks.
If we could, CFO.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you as Chair. Thank you, Councillor Hughes. Yes, I wrote some wording on the covering report just to highlight the achievement of this organisation and credit to all. There are no deficiencies, significant or otherwise, for the full financial year. However, we spoke with our colleagues at the Queensland Audit Office and their appointed auditors, and we split out a prior year audit, action. So there was a prior year action that was still ongoing. The others were cleared, as you can see in the report. And I thought it was only fair that the complex issue of creating and capturing assets, spatially capturing them, and then asset accounting on those assets shouldn't sit with one person. So it was assigned to the project delivery group manager, and I talked to the QAO and offered that we split that out to make it quite specific, as all action should be, to say the project delivery group needs to do its portion of this comprehensive and challenging action item, and financial services that I head up has to do another part. So to speak in plain language, it's about capturing the asset, so project delivery can complete the asset. As I've put on the action item, there's 3 stages to it, but the second stage is that the team that I lead then spatially captures the asset, and then after we've captured it spatially in a system, we can then manage that asset and account for it. So we've split that up, which is why I talked to working with the auditors on corrective actions. But thank you for that.
That answers your question, Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Is a speaker against? No speakers against? Or a question from Councillor Edwards?
I'd like to refer it to the CFO. I note there was an observation in the report saying that there's an opportunity for further automating part of our processes here, because there's some parts in the chain that are still manually done. My question is do you agree that there are probably some opportunities to improve the processes, and will be coming to future budgets or recommendations for us to go down that path?
Thank you, CFO.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you as Chair. Thank you, Councillor Edwards, for the comment and the question. I absolutely agree with the observation of the Queensland Audit Office. I've mentioned before in this chamber that there's a lot of quiet achievers across the road, so there's a lot of work done behind the scenes to create the document that you choose to review and then adopt. Part of the challenge is that we have, when we extract a report, if there are changes, that's always subject and risk for human error. So any good system, there's always checks and balances, but the more we can automate. So at the moment we extract the data through a tool, but we talked at length with the auditors about the opportunity that you adopted in June for digital transformation and how we could move this piece of work through continuous improvement that we have to do in the Local Government Act. As you know, we've always got to continuously improve, and so we agreed on an action item to say if we can automate the production of the financials and the notes and more streamlined, it obviously reduces the risk of error. At the moment we are mitigating that error with lots of time and energy, but of course we can improve that by automation. So do I anticipate a budget review? As an accountant, I'd never say never, because it's not been costed in that, but I'm kind of hoping pragmatically that part of the digital transformation and part of the resolution you made in June will have some solution in there that we can certainly trial in that. So it's just about automating the very lengthy and complex process of producing the annual financial statements and notes. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, CFO. If there's no further questions, Councillor Hughes, did you wish to wrap up?
No, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Happy.
Thank you. With that, councillors, I put the motion. Those in favour?
Aye.
That's supported unanimously. Moving on to 13.3, Annual Community Financial Report. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Moved Councillor Mitchell, seconded Councillor Boglari. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Mitchell?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sure there'll probably a couple of questions, but yes, I will. Thank you. Purpose today is to present the 22-23 Community Financial Report to Council for noting prior to the adoption of the 22-23 Annual Report later on this agenda. What I like about the Community Financial Report, as it says in the background, it is a plain language document. It's an easy read. It contains a summary of the high-level analysis of Council and the financial group's performance for this financial year. And as we've already noted through the auditor, it's consistent with the audited financial statements and discloses how Council's performed against the financial stability ratios and measures of sustainability. So I'll just highlight just a couple of things from the report because it is come out again later.
Just a couple of things from the financial performance highlights on, well, it's page 36 of the report. Council delivered $76 million capital works program last year. That's the largest ever. It's the largest ever. So two measures there. Things are getting expensive, but we're also delivering for the city. Council's net borrowings with the QTC have actually increased, and you'd say, oh, no, that's not good, but actually it's fantastic. We've got such a great capacity for borrowing that we can spread that load across the generations that as it's appropriate, so we're not burdening the residents of today with what should be spread across. And just also of note, we've ticked over $3 billion worth of community assets that's managed. It's no small responsibility or operation. And so out there going to the other things, if you look at the measures of sustainability, summary of key financial stability measures, and the financial overview, it's essentially pretty green across the board. The one focus area that we can look at, it's an ongoing challenge, is our asset sustainability ratio. It's well explained. That's a stretch target, and we know it is, and we're continuing to work on that. But over the long term, that will come back into balance. But that's one we stare in the face and attack with gusto and the seriousness it deserves. But just so that it's not all gilding the lily and highlighting all the wonderful positives, which are the majority. In this document, there's also anything that maybe also requires attention or further attention, and that's really useful for the community to know that it's very, very transparent. So, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Any speakers against? Question or comment, Councillor Boglari? Oh, sorry.
Just a comment, thank you.
Yeah, I'll just is yours a question or a comment, Councillor Bishop? A question. I'll just do the question first. Councillor Bishop, please make sure it is a question. Otherwise, you know what I mean.
As is.
Go ahead. Well, because Councillor Boglari otherwise would speak first.
Yes, clarification. Through you, if I may, to CFO, thank you very much for all of the good work that is happening in finance. One question that many of us have been tracking is the annual carryover, and I note that is at this point is $43.36 million, and there's a whole range of reasons which we have discussed as to why that's the case. The first part to the question is, do we have a work schedule that is attached to that carryover? And the second part is it possible to make that visible to the community going forward, just with a list of identified works that are not completed yet and associated funds, just to help us track that with visibility until completion? Thank you.
Thank you, CFO.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you, thank you, Councillor Bishop, for your comment. I'll give that back to the team, and the questions, two-part question. First part question, we absolutely have a schedule. Yes, finance doesn't have a schedule, but the organisation absolutely does have a schedule. And as we've discussed before, we've got asset service management plans that predominantly drive that schedule because they talk about when we need to either maintain or replace assets. So we absolutely have a schedule in terms of a 1 year, a 3 year, and then a further long-term 10-year capital works programme. In terms of the numbers, I can talk to the numbers obviously easier than the detailed works. The numbers, as you've pointed out, so Council resolved in February 2023 to revise the budget, and at the end of that meeting there was a capital works revised budget in the order of $126 million. This document shows that the organisation came in CapEx in the order of $76 million, so there's a $50 million, and as you heard, we've carried over the majority of that. As I've mentioned before, the executive leadership team absolutely looks at that, and we've tracked the works. The majority of the works, as you know, were carried forward, and they're the items that we spoke about in the carry forward workshops. It would be quite unusual for us to, as officers, produce work schedules for the community to have a look at. The way that we do that is probably through the community groups, through the media releases, through the discussions that we have with interested stakeholders. If there's certain projects you want updates on, absolutely happy to give that. I know the works myself, so I've done the analysis to say where we came in at the end of the year, what was carried forward, and the executive leadership team notes and tracks that on a monthly basis. But in terms of what wasn't done, so there's a difference between the 50 million and what was carried over, and it's predominantly accounting. So, for example, it's allocations from the project delivery group, design money. So when jobs are done, money's taken out of the design money. If it's not required, it's not taken. So I can look you in the eye and say the top 11 jobs, dollar-wise, that weren't completed at 30 June were transitioned into the capital carryovers, 8 out of 11, with the 3 jobs that weren't being accounting jobs. The allocation, OPEX in CAPEX, those sorts of allocation and accounting jobs. The actual job that you're interested in, whether it be a building, a park, a asset, those works have continued, as you can see in the monthly reports, July, August and September. So I'll probably take your question about can we produce a design works for the community and take that back to the executive leadership team and see, because for me that's probably a level of detail that it changes daily, as you know. We've got challenges that we're working through, but with certain community groups we absolutely communicate that to the best of my knowledge.
If I may, I think if I can...
Another question?
It may be a question, but I'd just like to note that there are other councils that do actually produce schedules of works and attach their capital plan to it, and people are able to track it. And the thing that I think is important, and I do understand it's not something we can just suddenly pull out, and we are going through a maturation phase in regards to this, but because of the growing nature of those carryovers, I do think it's something that is important for us to keep our eye on, and the transparency and visibility of where the money is intended to go and when it actually gets delivered, I think is important.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Boglari. A question to the CFO, sir? Yes, please, go.
Normally ask a good question. Deb, the feedback I get from my division is that they like listening to you, that you know your numbers and you, as Councillor Mitchell said, plain speak. As custodians of the public money, which is how you summarised all this, and as Councillor Bishop has also pointed out, the priority of the work schedule, there's 76 million delivered in the capital works in this year for 16 key projects. Out of that 16 key projects, over half went to 2 divisions. And my division is a division that's very switched on, and they hold me accountable for giving them the answers as to why they're not seeing work done in their division, such as Avalon Road, which I've been banging on about.
Councillor, is your question you would like explained the priority of projects across the city and the policy?
So yes, I would.
Thank you. We don't need any more statements than that. Thank you.
Well, I would have got another question.
All right. Well, first of all, with CEO or CFO, best to answer that question.
Happy to start from
CFO.
The information in the Community Financial Report, which is the topic of the agenda item. Firstly, through you, Deputy Mayor, thank you, Councillor Beige, firstly for the feedback, I appreciate that, and for the question. Just for clarity, the projects on page 7 of the Community Financial Report are just highlights, so that isn't the full 76 million, just to be 100% clear. So they're just highlights, and they've been chosen because we thought the community as a whole would be interested in those. To talk about the prioritisation, all of the councillors will recall what I just said a few minutes ago. The Capital Works programme is driven predominantly by the asset and service management plans. We don't prioritise by division or geographical area or mainland or non-mainland, and it is fundamentally driven by the asset and service management plans. So happy to take something off.
Thank you. That's fine.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
And again, Councillor, can you keep to a question rather than broad statements?
There was a question.
Yes.
That was a very good question. Good, thank you.
I'm glad you.
Okay, so I'm supporting the question that Councillor Bishop asked to track the capital works, because mine followed on from his, so we were obviously on the same page. But going back to the previous page, there's been an increase of expenses of 21 million from the previous year, and when I looked at the previous year, I think it was probably pretty much the same. So you look at why we've got an increase of 21 million, and you've noted briefly, because this is a very brief report in simple wording.
This is a report for the general public, Council.
Yes,
the details are in the other reports.
Yes,
so if you could speak to this report.
So can you give me an example? You've got here an increase in depreciation and amortisation costs. What would be an example of an increase in amortisation costs, please?
Thank you, CFO.
Through you,
Councillor, could you? Oh, thank you. That's all right. Thank you.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, thank you for the question, Councillor Burridge, and I acknowledge that that word is particularly technical. It is the depreciation of intangible assets like software, for example. So IT software that amortises as opposed to a tangible asset that depreciates. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Boglari, you wanted to say something?
Oh, yeah, I was just going to say there's a lot of figures in the reports today, and a few of them are repeated, but in a few of the other reports, as you just stated, there's more information. On this one, probably through you to the CEO, because he's spoken to councillors a bit about before. On page 11, it talks about the introduction of an expenditure review committee. Now, this is a committee that I actually liked, because I like that level of scrutiny, and I thought the public might also be interested to hear, if you wouldn't mind, Andrew, how you've set that up and how it's working, because I think it's important to know that level of accountability, and that is there now.
Thank you. I'll just get you to turn your mic off. If you would,
Thanks,
CEO.
through you, Deputy Mayor. Thanks, Councillor Boglari. Yes, it's an internal committee, so it's not a formally endorsed council committee, just to be clear, so it's not a legislative committee. It's a committee that's been derived to literally go through line by line the expenditure of each department and look at the history of expenditure, and in particular patterns of underspend and overspend, but it's predominantly looking for patterns in underspend, and really getting to the heart of how accurate some of the costings are. We know that pricing is really a challenge at the moment. Pricing for anything is a challenge at the moment, and getting firm on prices. So it's an opportunity for officers to present to that committee in a way that interrogates the numbers that they're putting forward for an annual budget. And we've had great success this year, not through officers putting up incorrect information, but us really challenging and asking them to do some more information on the numbers they were putting forward to bring forward to a budget which you then end up adopting, trying to make sure that we craft a budget which is always a prediction of the future, and I think that's really important. Deb always says that it's a prediction about where we're trying to end up, so we craft a budget that is as accurate as possible. But it has been a great success the first year. We're looking forward to doing it again this year, not making it a great interrogation of officers, but making sure that officers really put the time, and if they need more resources to do that extra planning work, which is also something that we can sometimes identify, there's a great opportunity for us to support that as well, to get finer grain in the costings they're putting forward. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. And going back to remembering who moved the motion, Councillor Mitchell, did you want to wrap up?
I just have a
Oh, apology. Yes, this question.
Yes, on the back of Councillor Boglari's question, I note that we jump over to the annual report. One of the notes in there was that over $900,000 in financial savings were realised in the 2022-23 financial year. Is that a direct result of this committee? Is that what they've been able to achieve?
Thank you, CEO.
Yeah, through you, Deputy Mayor. Those savings, and I haven't got the page in front of me, but we also have, and running parallel with this, a whole business transformation program running across the organisation. So there are great examples of savings that have been flown through the organisation. So we're looking at processes. This is through Amanda Daly's people, culture and organisational performance part of the organisation, where we're able to look at opportunities for refining the way we do things. Sometimes it's insourcing fleet. Street sweeping would be an example, but there are better procurement methodology. So we now have a chief procurement officer, which also gets a mention in this annual report as well, which really focuses the way we target our spend and we categorise our spend and get better value for money. So it's a range of things, but that savings predominantly around the business transformation and better ways of doing things rather than just taking money out. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, Councillor Mitchell, if you'd like to sum up.
Thank you. Yes, noting again, this is the community financial report we're looking at here. In quick summary, without re-prosecuting the detail, it's an easy read that's been acknowledged and appreciated. So that's great transparency to the community of that information. It's accurate information, so we can have great confidence. We know that through the internal and external audit processes. We've heard through a couple of great questions, the focus internally on savings and efficiencies, better processes, use of technology, review of contracts, and sometimes even, as we know, choosing not to buy is sometimes a good decision. And again, noting $3 billion worth of community assets and a $340 million budget. So, yes, with that.
Thank you, Councillor. And with that, I'll put the motion. Those in favour?
Aye.
That's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We're moving on to 13.4, annual financial statements. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Move Councillor Boglari, seconded Councillor Mitchell.
Yes, we're really having all our financial statements today, aren't we? So this is to present the final Queensland Audit Office certified annual financial statement, and there's many notes and information in it, and I do actually encourage our community to read these reports because it goes into a lot of detail, and you do learn a lot. And a couple of questions I've got on that, if I may, though, I was interested in the impact of COVID. I actually thought that would have been more. It says the COVID impact resulted in a 7,000K revenue reduction and everything. I actually thought that would have been.
Have you got a number of points that you'd like to address to all at the same, if you could put, yep. And then I'll get a CFO.
Okay, the COVID question, and then also I was wondering when you look through on page 39 of 39, no, it was page 13 of 39, sorry, the Rick Investment Corporation, I was just wondering, it seems to be a deficit loss, and are we expecting dividends from Rick now with that structure that was reformed or not, and the Rick financials that it refers to, I couldn't find on the website, and I was just wondering when they're going to be updated, please.
If you could, CFO.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, through you as Chair. Thank you, Councillor Boglari, for the comments and the questions. Taking them in order, the first one, the direct impact of COVID. We had an interesting discussion with the Queensland Audit Office because it thought that we didn't need to disclose that this year. My personal view was the community would be interested. So the key in that sentence is direct impact from COVID. So predominantly it's waiving of fees or charges, not statutory rates and charges, fees at the register of fees. There are clearly other impacts, delay in getting inventory, increase in prices of inventory, but it would be very hard for us to pinpoint. The prior year, you'll see, has a larger figure, and the impact of COVID for the prior financial year, 21-22, was larger because of people going off taking leave, not being able to work remotely, etc., etc.
I was just surprised because even the Flying Fox in Apex Park had to wait like 6 weeks for a small, insignificant part, and I was thinking the impact on that on our staff time and resources was huge, and but that's not
indirect.
Included. Yeah, thank you for that.
Indirect and hard to quantify, to be honest. So if we started doing that, I'd never leave my desk. Yeah, we'd be doing that all day. So hopefully that clarifies that, and depending how the current financial year goes, we might see that note drop off. So like I said, the QAO was keen to sort of, is that still relevant? The next question, Rick is probably best suited to answer its questions on its financials. However, I'm mindful that the Rick board needs to see its financials. So I'm not sure if the RIC board has seen its financials. I know that the financials are audited because I asked for audit clearance before the RCC financials were audited, and I'm absolutely happy to take that as a follow-up with RIC to say once its RIC board has seen the financials and its process is complete, can we ensure it's on the website? So happy to take that on notice.
Thank you. Did you have anything further you wanted to say as the mover?
Sorry, I might have missed.
CEO would like to also speak.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. The question was about dividends from RIC. Council has made a resolution that we're not seeking dividends from RIC. It is not a for-profit. Yeah, so they are a provider to us. They're dealing with some of the major projects. But yeah, so there's been some commentary around whether it's made a loss or a profit. That's not what it's set up to do. Thank you.
I was thinking that was to do with the restructure. I just wanted that clarification. Thank you.
And that's all you wanted to say as the mover of the motion? Do we have a speaker against? No? A question, Councillor Berridge?
Yes. This is a consolidated statement of our groups. Yes, I just want to make that clear. I know we all know that, but there are people listening. So this is our ordinary operations day to day, and so they're predictably unchanging, ongoing state of affairs. So that's how we would look at this. So if I look at the income, reoccurring or recurrent, you call it, revenue, you've got other income. What would be just a small example, because obviously other income is infrequent in nature. So what would be an example, please? And I do have two more questions. Thank you. Oh, okay. All right. I'll run them all off because I know Deb's quick and she's smart. She can keep up. So under income, we've got other income, which I've just covered, but under expenses, there's no other expenses, which I thought was rather odd because other expenses are non-operational normally and do not relate to the main business operations. So that's why we classify them as other, because when we send our financial documents to lenders, and would I be right in saying
Councillor,
that?
if you can just ask questions, please.
I
the
will.
CFO understands.
I'm just setting up why the importance of this. Thank you.
Just ask your questions, please, Councillor.
So when the lenders, so here's the question, when the lenders look at this, I would say, would I be correct to know what are your other expenses? Because they lend on our profit and loss. Another question is, apart from so if they're not here, where in the annual report will I find the non-recurrent costs in this report? Or, for example, misfortunes that disrupt cash flow and business. I also have questions on the cash flow, the assets and liabilities. Our budget basis.
Have you?
You said you wanted all my questions.
I do want all your questions.
So I'm running them all off.
So my question for you is: have you asked these questions previously?
Have I asked these questions? No, I have not asked these questions previously. Goodness me. This is a very big document, this one. I think it's a very important document to say, can you run off all the questions?
Point of order,
Yes, I will retract it. It was something.
Point of order, say
what was it, Councillor?
Councillor questions to officers should be asked categorically without argument. And I think there is a lot of commentary going on.
Thank you.
Rather than questions.
Yes.
Okay, so
thank you.
On the subject of disruptors, we talk about, and we've just covered the disruptors, which are very important. The budget basis, 376 million in and 330 million out, based on that, which is very simple, including all the disruptors. So those figures are the ones that we work with for the next budget. That is, am I correct?
Thank you, CFO. If you could speak to the formulation of the report as noted.
I've got another one.
Oh, what is it, Councillor?
Am I correct that inaccurate forecasting is one of the top 5 cash flow problems and that is why we have a cash reserve. That's my next question. Is that the reason we have such a big reserve? Thank you.
Thank you, CFO.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, hope you thank me at the end of this. I'll do my best to remember. Thank you, Councillor Burridge, to you, Madam Chair, for your interest in the document. I'll go through them and please stop me if I've missed something. Other income. So other income, and we've touched on this before in the monthly financial statements, will include, for example, commercial rent. So council has towers that we might have turn into mobile towers. It will include commission on receipts, private work sundry, things like that. So we try and keep other relatively small because the nature of accountability and transparency. So other income are things like that, commission on receipts, and you're right, income that we have derived from non-ordinary activities. Other expenses we wrap up, so mindful that the Statement of Comprehensive Income in the annual financial statements has to comply with legislation, so it has to comply with the Australian Accounting Standards. And it has a different lens than the management reporting and a community financial report. So other expenses are contained within materials and services. In the main for council, other expenses will include those entity internal elimination accounts, and that's not plain language, but what it means is we try and capture every cost for a project or a job, and it might be that I work in finance and my overheads get applied to the jobs through the different areas of the business. So that's why that's wrapped up in materials and services, and in the main it's immaterial. So if something's immaterial, meaning not of huge significance, it can be pulled together in a different category. Examples of non-recurrent costs. So the word recurrent, sometimes the phrases that I'm hearing Councillor Berridge are probably a little atypical for the local government industry. So some of your background is language that we possibly don't use in the local government industry. So non-recurrent costs would be capital costs, capital expenditure. In the main, in local government industry, we turn those into assets. But there are capital expenses that are on the SOCI, Statement of Comprehensive Income, SOCI, that are capital expenses. So they are non-recurrent costs. The ordinary order of a council business is quite unusual compared to another business, because our CEO said on many occasions we are such a large, diverse organisation, so there's not really much that's not ordinary, because we sort of do nearly everything. So that's why that comes into play. The final question, and I just need to clarify a third one because I wasn't 100% sure, but the final question about forecasting and the cash in that. So when we compile a budget, we compile it with the best information we have at the time, and we have to have that finished around May, because it goes through legal review and then comes up to your consideration for the special budget meeting. That all occurs before the end of the financial year. So when we have a budget publication with indicative numbers, things will change because cash balances, and I've talked before in this forum and other forums about how we received an awful lot of cash at the end of the last financial year. So that was unbudgeted, and we welcome it, we get the interest of it, and we put that into the accounts. So there is a difference. The comment inaccurate forecasts, is that the reason why we have cash reserves? The answer is no, respectfully. I wrote the constrained cash reserves. It's now called an administrative directive, and I did that off the back of my desire that the community can see where its money goes. So you talked about we are custodians of community money and assets and resources, and I wanted to publish on a monthly basis the reserves, the constrained cash reserves. So we hold 44%, as Councillor Hughes told us, in constrained cash, because it's in the main infrastructure charges. There's some separate charges in there, and there's some historical other charges. So I just publish those every month because I believe that's in the community's interest to know where that money is. It's over $100 million. The other cash is held for the right project at the right time. So, for example, we have to cover our liabilities, as you know. So we hold enough cash to cover all those provisions liabilities. We hold enough cash to cover annual leave, long service leave, and other legal requirements with quarries and landfill. So that's why we have a constrained cash reserves administrative directive for that particular money, the infrastructure charge in the main, and the rest of the cash balance is doing the right work at the right time and not double charging ratepayers or not going back and doing something again. So an example of that is in this current agenda item, I wrote a new note that shows what the landfill remediation separate charge was levied but not spent, so that the community can see there's a dollar amount there that we're holding in cash until those works come to fruition, and then we'll spend that so we don't raise that money again.
Thank you very much,
Hoping
CFO.
that's
I believe that's covered everything. Councillor Hughes, you had a question?
Thank you. My screen's actually blanked out. Thank you, Deborah. That's just fabulous for our community to really get an understanding of what they're reading. It's just really, really good. The fifth on page 47, thanks, Sarah, fixed assets valuation. And that's always been a tricky one to explain to community what that really means and how we bring that to life. And I was thinking when I read it, an increase of 216 million in net asset value resulted from these revaluations. Thank you. If our CFO could speak to
Just
that.
like an explanation of that. Thank you, CFO.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, through you as our Chair. Thank you, Councillor Hughes, for the opportunity. So fixed assets, another possibly not plain language phrase. Property, plant and equipment might be another term for that. Again, there's an accounting standard that requires entities, we are a local government entity, to revalue assets regularly. We choose to do comprehensive revaluations every 5 years and then indexation, which is non-comprehensive, annually if we can. What happens if the value goes up on the asset? We don't just inflate the book. So there's accounting treatment for that, and there's something called the asset revaluation surplus. Another word could be reserve, asset revaluation reserve, and we put that in. And that's why I'm pretty passionate about when we look at a result, it's really the net result on the SOCI that we want to look at before we consider any movements in the asset revaluation, because next year, should the economic climate change, should something happen and those valuations go down, up, and they're quite fluid, we don't actually we don't certainly hold too much relevance in terms of how we fund things in the city, but we're obviously mindful of all that information helps make good decision making. So yes, it's a requirement of the accounting standards that we have to do, and then there's a process that's also prescribed in legislation of how we account for that. So it's a little bit complex, but the community can be assured that we are treating it very seriously. We have independent values that we pay for to ensure that the numbers are correct to the best of our ability.
Thank you very much, CFO. Councillor Boglari, would you like to wrap up?
Happy to support the motion, I think.
Thank you. With that, Councillor Boglari has put the motion. Can I have those in favour?
Aye.
That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to 13.5, an amendment to the concealed leaks policy. Can I have a mover and a seconder for that, please? Moved Councillor Mitchell, seconded Councillor Bishop. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Mitchell?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. As you say, the purpose is to update Council's concealed leaks policy, and importantly to include the Queensland Government's South East Queensland Bulk Water Concealed Leak Remission Scheme. And I think this is a great win for advocacy on behalf of our community, for the state is now joining in with concealed leaks. Interestingly, for residential water consumer, council retail price, the bit on your bill when you see water, is about 17% of that. Conversely, the state bulk price is about 83% of that. So if you're one of the unfortunate people that has a concealed leak and you're doing your best to fix it, then up till now there's been nothing back from the state. The council has had a long-standing policy of trying to assist those residents who are looking to assist themselves in taking away some of the sting of that little bit of misfortune. So again, noting that council has been advocating for years on this. Further that with council, in December 2021, council also introduced an appeals process in its concealed leaks policy for extenuating circumstances, and formed an arm's length from councillors panel to address those, even that extra, those that were perhaps falling through the cracks, who had a special case. So that's great news too. So we really welcome the state's decision. It's only fair that they're now joining in on this with their own remission scheme. And I believe it's going to be 100% for eligible pensioners and 70% for all other eligible customers, and you'll see the details in attachment 1. So I think it's a win for the community, and with that, I'm happy just to put the motion if there's no other questions.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers against? Okay. All right. Well, with that, we'll put the vote. Thank you. Those in favour?
Councillor Tolty, could I just ask a question?
Oh, apologies, Madam Mayor. I didn't see your hand up. Yes.
No, it was went up. I just wanted to ask in regards to the retrospectivity of this. I note that the state's policy says from the 2nd of August, and we're now in October. So does that mean from anything from the 2nd of August? How far back can people go to apply for this concealed leak from the state government?
Thank you. I'm not sure if we know that yet, but CFO, are you aware of that?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. To you as Chair. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I really appreciate the opportunity to clarify. It is the eligibility is prescribed by the state government. There's a lot on the internet, but what we are doing is we're working with the department, state government department, on a very frequent basis to clarify that. So we have put on hold any decisions. All concealed leak applications, we have gone back to the applicant to say it's in your interest to wait until we can update our policy and work with the state government. So there's not a final process in place, but depending on eligibility, there's two parts to this. There's once-off debt relief, who were currently, as at 2nd of August, impacted. So again, the state government's language, and then there's also the prospective 70% or 100%. So we have actually held all decisions on all concealed leaks, not just those going through the extenuating circumstances panel, because we believe that's in the best interest for the applicant. And following today, we can start processing them. And my team at the moment, as I sit here, is working with the department to clarify the department's eligibility requirements.
Thank you. Apologies, councillor.
Thank you.
With that, if I can take the vote again on that one.
Aye.
That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Next, we have 13.6, review of delegations to the Chief Executive Officer. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved Councillor Boglari, seconded Councillor Edwards. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Boglari?
It's all in the report that the Local Government Act requires that we conduct an annual review of the delegations to the CEO. The amendments here are just to assure the delegations to the CEO remain consistent with the local government's policy, direction and intent, and they're only new and amended legislative provisions. And thank the officers for answering my questions earlier this morning.
Thank you. Any speakers against? Did you have a question, Councillor Hughes? What is your question?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through yourself to our, I think, our General Counsel. Regarding the report, there are so many pages in the attachment, I think goes to the hundreds, and I just wanted to double check, and it's on page 114 of the report, which is 3 of 12 of the attachment, and it's point 3, waste reduction and recycling regulation. at the top of the page, there's 3 items there in red. And on reading it, it seems very innocuous, that there's nothing there. And I just want to double check that there's no impact, because I understand, and especially we have the confidential item today, there's a lot of movement in the waste reduction and recycle regulation space. Thank you. So I'm asking what the impact may be there. Thank you, General Counsel.
Thank you. I think it's just a wording update, but we'll just confirm that with...
Correct. Yeah, so the change, the waste reduction and recycling regulation 2023 is basically replacing the old regulation, which was 2011. The 3 provisions, there is some styling changes in the 3 provisions, but you can see those 3 provisions. They're standard functions within operations for collection of bins and responding to the state regulator on recycling. It's part of a bigger framework for the state on the circular economy, so it is important.
Thank you.
So bin pickup, business as usual.
Thank you. All right, councillors. Councillor Boglari, did you want to wrap up?
No, all good.
Thank you. With that, we put the vote.
Aye.
That's carried unanimously. Thank you. The 13.7, adoption of the annual report. Can I have a mover and a seconder for that? Councillor Mitchell, seconded Councillor Mackenzie. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Mitchell?
Yes, without again going into all the detail, Mayor, but we're hoping to adopt the council's annual report today. It's a fairly large document, 100 and something or other pages, but jam-packed full of a lot of information and a lot of it in pretty plain English sort of language. It's a great introduction for anyone out there looking to be a bit more engaged in what's going on and be educated to have this. If there is a coffee table book from council, then I think this is the one, and just work through it over the month or two. We love having an educated and engaged community, and I think this is perhaps the document to start with. That gives you an overview of the breadth and complexity of council operations, and of course the council team and councillors are here always to answer those follow-up questions, which will be inevitable if people actually take the time to look through and see the information that's attached in. So again, just pick out a couple of other tidbits from the document. We've talked about it before with the $3 billion worth of assets, but even on page 581 of the report here, or not of the report, sorry, of the council agenda, 1,300 kilometres of roads, water to 53,000 households, waste to 62,000, libraries, performing arts complex, art galleries, animal shelters, Redlands and Digiscapes. Really importantly, keeping the community safe through disaster management. You hope you never have to see that, but I'm so proud of what we all do there. And again, looking through the contents, the community financial report we've talked about, financial overview, corporate plan update, operational plan update, a lot of statutory information on mayor and councillors, grants and sponsorships. Really interesting to see where that money flows out in support of our community groups and events. Things like changes to tenders in procurement and reports on the commercial business units. An awful lot in there. We would spend the next year talking about all the things that are embedded within, but would like to present this to the community for their information.
Thank you, Councillor. Do I have a speaker against? You have a question, Councillor? Councillor Hughes, you have a question? Okay, Councillor Berridge, what is your question?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Deb, please. Page 6, this is a really big report, really big, a lot to read. Page 607 of the report, expenses, reimbursement and provision of facilities, and in particular to councillors. So this is where councillors are scrutinised for their costs, and justifiably. So yes, I'm going to ask a question. So if we look at the expenses and reimbursements for the councillors, and mine sits at 20, so we all earn the same amount of money except for the deputy mayor, so we know that, and the mayor. So my expenses are 28,500, the highest, right off the board, and below that is the mayor.
Councillor, what's your question, please?
Yes, I will get there, but this is important.
We don't need you to read out the figures. We just need your question.
So the reasoning for my question is that I am right off the Richter board here. The mayor sits below me. Now, you would always expect the mayor to have the highest. I have asked for a break out of these figures,
Councillor,
and they have not come.
Ask a question.
So can you give me the answer to that? Because I didn't go anywhere last year, and if I had, I could add another 6,000 to 8,000 on that, which would put me in the $36,000 category.
Councillor.
So can you answer that one, please? Why am I the highest, please?
Councillor, I don't know that the CFO can, but I would draw your attention to the expenses reimbursement and provision of facilities for councillors policy.
Yes, I have it here.
Which provides that the items listed in those expenses are insurance, including public liability, professional indemnity, personal accident and travel insurance, domestic and international, along with stationery, printing, newspapers and journals, personal protective equipment, newsletters, parking space for motor vehicles, salary sacrificing to lease a vehicle.
Okay,
so that is already answered. The question is answered.
No, it's not. I'm sorry, it's not.
You are aware of the answer to that.
I think this is wrong. I think this.
Thank you.
You're asking us to adopt this. This figure is wrong.
Okay, thank you, Councillor.
Unless it can be explained to me, you can't take it on face value. A councillor cannot sit above a mayor for costs when they've spent the whole 12 months in their division.
Thank you, Councillor.
I have not taken an overseas.
I have asked you to cease speaking. You're speaking
So
over
can I have it answered, please?
Councillor, you have had an answer.
No, I have not.
The figures for each individual councillor relate to their costs relative to the expenses policy and the Local Government Act. The Local Government Act requires that the expenses incurred by and the facilities provided to each councillor during the financial year under the Local Government's expenses reimbursement policy are recorded.
So therefore, $28,000.
I'm still speaking. Thank you.
I would like to cover this.
I would like to finish speaking. Thank you. Please turn your microphone off. Therefore, there is no relevance between an individual councillor's expenses and another councillor's expenses. They are relevant to your activity and your work within this organisation.
So when do I get my expenses detailed? I have been asking for them since this came out.
Thank you.
When do I get it? When does the public
You've had a point of order called, Councillor. Could you please stop talking and turn your microphone off? Councillor Mitchell, what is your point of order?
Probably pick 7, but 817 will be a good start when the chairperson speaks during the debate. Councillors must cease speaking immediately.
Thank you. I'll ask our Officer Ross to just explain not the detail but the process. This figure is correct as I understand it, and the information is there for councillors if they wish to seek further information from the CEO or yourself.
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, the information is correct. It's being vetted by the officers. Councillors always responded to councillor requests that detail their costs and expenses incurred by the organisation, and those costs have been audited as well. So, no, they are accurate as far as we can assess them.
Okay, so this has been audited and the costs are correct. Thank you.
I have another question, please. That it is not this one, it's something else.
All right, I will give you latitude, Councillor, but please make it a question.
Okay, thank you. Council opened a file on its website. It's 282 pages of photographs, insurance negotiations, legal responses, risk and liabilities, various representations from
Councillor,
fleet
is this in this?
Where will I find that in this report, please, for the costs of that, which I estimate about 42,000? Where would I find that report the cost relating to that report, which is titled "Damage to Council Vehicle." Where will I find
Councillor?
that in this report, please?
Councillor,
Yes.
this is not a question that relates to this report.
Oh, it totally does relate to this report because, as you pointed out,
Councillor,
under the
I'm speaking. Councillor, please turn your microphone off. Councillor, it's a warning for your conduct. Please turn your microphone off.
No, I'm sorry, I won't be bullied over this.
You are not being bullied,
Oh,
Councillor.
yes,
this
I
is
am.
standing orders.
If you
are
can't
out
answer
of
question
order,
one,
Councillor.
If you can answer my question and you are bullying me to not proceed.
No, Councillor, you are acting outside the standing orders. So please stand down.
This is an abuse of power.
Councillor, you have a right under the Local Government Act to make a complaint if you feel it's relevant.
Look,
that is enough.
A complaint to who? Certainly not this council, because
Councillor,
it goes unheard.
Turn your microphone off, please, Councillor.
Can I have that answered? Where is
Councillor,
that 40
please turn your microphone off.
In this report? Because
Councillor, you have already had one warning.
811, the councillor is certainly not acting within the code of conduct, and in support of her, I would encourage cease and desist. It is certainly not acting with the minimum standard that a councillor is expected to conduct themselves with in this chamber.
Thank you.
So we can't get answers to
Councillor,
questions.
if I can finish speaking. Officers, I can just confirm that all vehicle-related expenses as required under the Local Government Act are included in this report. Thank you.
Put motion. 761.
Thank you, Andrew. If you could just confirm that.
So, correct. These are statutory information. You can see that on page 606 of the agenda. It follows the council policies for expenses and reimbursement. That information has been provided to council.
Thank you. And with that, we have a put motion, so I am
No, we have not.
Yes, we do, Councillor.
Do we need to vote on that?
Yes, we do. So we have a put motion before the floor. Can I have a vote from councillors, please, if you would like to see this matter put? Those in support of putting the item, we have a division. Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Edwards, Councillor McKenzie, Councillor Talty. Those against the put motion. Councillor Boglari, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Berridge, Councillor Bishop. Councillor Williams, are you for or against the push? Sorry?
I support the put motion. I support the put motion, Madam Chair.
Okay, well, with that and the casting vote, that is one, so I'll now put the motion. Those in favour of accepting the annual report to be published, those in favour? That we have a
I'm not prepared to hear that we have a discussion.
Fine.
And I had questions as well.
Well, I'm sorry, but the behaviour of your colleague has meant that we've moved to this point.
Excuse me. I
Councillor,
comment.
Thank you. Right, councillors, we have a vote before us. Can I please have a show of hands for those in support of item 13.7, the adoption and publication of the annual report? Those in favour, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Edwards, Councillor McKenzie, Councillor Talty, Councillor Williams, what is your vote?
Aye.
Councillor Williams, those against? Councillor Boglari, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Berridge, Councillor Bishop. That is one. The matter is approved. Thank you, councillors. Moving on. 13.8 National Competition Policy Requirements for Significant and Other Business Activities. Can I have a mover and a seconder for that item, please? Moved Councillor McKenzie, seconded Councillor Mitchell. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor McKenzie?
Just noting that this is a statutory requirement under the Act to have a national competition policy for our significant and other business activities.
Thank you. Do I have a speaker against? No. With that, I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Williams?
Sorry.
That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to 13.9, Audit and Risk Management Committee 3rd August 2023 and 6th of September. Can I have a mover and a seconder for those, please? Moved Councillor Hughes, seconded Councillor Edwards. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Hughes?
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. In moving item 13.9, Audit and Risk Management Committee, there's two lots of minutes here, the 3rd of August and the 6th of September. And as reflection of our agenda today, the majority of the focus of the Audit and Risk Committee literally has been on our finances. And there's a lot of reports in the background, a lot of repetition as to what has been reported to today on our agenda. Of note, the minutes of the 6th of September have not yet been formally endorsed by the Audit and Risk Management Committee, and that is a timing matter. We have informally seen the minutes and had opportunity to comment. So there are no other major issues there. It is basically our finances and the rigour that the Audit and Risk Committee goes through. There's meetings with our external and independent audit members and our independent chair, with our audit team and our finance team. There is the words on the page don't reflect the work that goes in behind the scenes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes, and I'll also note the huge amount of work that you do with our audit committee. It's a huge job and not one I would like to do, so we thank you for all your efforts in that regard. Do I have any speakers against? No? With that, I'll put the motion 13.9. Oh, sorry, Councillor Hughes, did you want to say anything to wrap up?
No summing up, thank you.
Okay, thank you. With those, can I have a vote, please? Councillor Williams? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to 14 on our agenda, which is advocacy and major projects and economic development. 14.1 is priority development areas local representative committee. Can I have a mover and a seconder for this item, please? Moved Councillor Mackenzie, seconded Councillor Hughes. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Mackenzie?
Just to put a bit of context around this, obviously we have the priority development area at Toondah Harbour and Wynham Creek, and the Economic Development Act states that, the Minister for Economic Development Queensland may establish a local representative committee, and that's what the purpose of this report is to establish a local representative committee and to have multiple officers be authorised to apply to the Minister for Economic Development Queensland for appointment onto that committee to sufficiently, so there's a sufficient number of quorum of council members on that, and council members by I mean council officers, not councillors.
Thank you. Do I have a speaker against? No, is that a question or a comment, Councillor Hughes? Question? Yep, please go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And my question to our General Manager of Advocacy, Major Projects and Economic Development, our AMPT program. We've got two representatives here on the report for Redland City Council. And then when we turn the page, we talk about where we're sourcing those two members from. And we noted in conversation that there is actually quite a long list. There's just the list is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 departments on page 719, next page. So councillors were just talking about continuity of those members on that advisory committee and that support. We understand officers change, we understand acting roles, etc. So my question is, my question is, how are we managing that? Thank you. It's really important with continuity.
So you'd like an explanation
as to where we're sourcing our representatives and how we are keeping continuity. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you just speak to that, please, Chris?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Hughes. It is a process that we're really keen to be part of, along with our colleagues at EDQ, to make sure we have a role in seeing how development occurs in these precincts. It's an important part of our city. We have had for a long-standing time 2 officers who represent, and then 1 person who's delegated to act in and perform a role should one of those 2 officers not be possible to attend. As a result of a couple of retirements, I guess that process is now, we've found a need to expand the list to give us some flexibility. The reality, though, is that this is not intended to be sort of a swap in, swap out on a weekly basis or a daily basis. These are long-term standing positions, and we would only look to sub one of these potential officers in the event of someone perhaps being away on leave for extended period of time, or perhaps someone retiring again. We want to make sure we've had the flexibility to continue to perform the LRC role without having to necessarily bring it back here to this or to yourselves to seek approval to get this list. But for absolute clarity, before we can sub someone in, it goes all the way through to the minister to sign off. So again, that process by itself takes a significant amount of time. As again, it's not something that you can do flexibly on a day in, day out basis. So we want to make sure we have the ability to sub people in when we can, but it's not going to happen. So in terms of that continuity question, because it's going to happen for long durations of time, we believe that continuity will happen organically in any case, because these people will be in these positions for long periods of time. Should the event occur that they need to transition out, as happens now with one of our council solicitors who performs that role now, there's briefings and handovers and they participate quite regularly. So there is a chain of information that passes through. So they're not expected and would certainly not participate from a cold start, if that helps allay your concerns.
Thank you. And Councillor Bishop, you had a question?
Yes, thank you. Look, I appreciate that this report really is about the officers appointed, but when we come to the issues, the officers appointed or acting in the following positions are members of the People Leadership Group with senior and they report back to a number of departments. My question through you, if I may, and this is without notice, so understand if you'd rather take some time, but in terms of governance, the nexus between the civic, because these are big projects, the nexus between the civic responsibilities and the impact to this council and the commercial world in an environment where so much is changing. Just wondering if we are, how in governance terms we're fully apprised of the sort of implications and dare I say costs, but also some of the policy changes and the impact on council as things come online, because it's a lot. There are a lot of moving parts in all of these things, and just to make sure that we get the governance so that the representatives are aware of the various reporting requirements for those various departments. I'm sure that is all happening through the good work that the CEO is overseeing, but I just wonder if I can seek assurance that because it's been a while since those approvals, initial intention, and before things will come online.
That went round in such a circle, I lost my place.
So what's the governance and reporting impact that could potentially be a risk to council?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor and Council. I'll actually hand over to my colleague over here, who probably has been around for the duration of this process, and which I think he indicated to Chambers earlier this week that it is actually a process that is probably due for refresh, renewal and EDQ's own admission. But either we'll take it on notice, or if Andrew is able to provide a part response as well.
Please do your best.
I will do my best. In summary, this is an administrative operational report. You can see in the background history, Council did declare or did apply for the application of the PDA area. PDA area was created. The PDA area has a specific planning scheme. The planning and development applications from small sheds to dwellings to larger dwellings are made in that area. Council is a referral agency to so EDQ, actually, that's the Economic Development Queensland. Those officers in that department assess those applications. The LRC, which is the Local Representative Committee, has up to 5 members, and we have 2 of these members on that committee. Council's own planning and development team are referrals under that process, and the same governance process we have for normal development applications under Council's planning scheme, we have for these EDQ areas. We certainly, in this refresher, I've certainly spoken to EDQ. We haven't brought one of these reports back to Council for a number of years, so we're in the process of now doing a bit of a refresh, both from their side and our side on the front.
Thank you, and I apologise for it as a complex question. I think it's really important. I totally understand the need for a refresh and renew. A lot of councillors weren't here when these initial things were made. That's the part of what I mean. Councillors have moved on, officers have moved on, the legislative environment's moved on. I think it's important. That's why I was asking. So appreciate your update, and I would look forward to us as the governance overseers having an update when that happens. Thanks.
Thank you. Unless you would like to wrap up, Councillor Mackenzie, I'll put the vote.
No, it's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, if I can put the vote, please, 14.1. Councillor Williams.
Aye.
That's carried unanimously. Thank you. And we're moving on to item 15, major amendment, environmental significance overlay public consultation. Can I have a mover and a second to move? Councillor Mackenzie, seconded Councillor Bishop. We've got an alternate motion there.
Yes, Deputy Mayor, I'd like to move an alternate motion that was sent through to councillors this morning.
Point of order, if I may.
Yeah,
Yes,
point of
what's
order.
your point of order, Councillor?
Well, Councillor is moving something different to what was proposed. I put my hand up, and Councillor Boglari had a hand up first to move the officer's recommendation, I believe.
Yes, I did.
The person you've chosen has moved something different. So her hand was certainly up if you look back at
Right,
the tape.
we have a live motion on the floor now, Councillor.
Well, I'm checking with the point of order, if we may, just to follow due process.
That is due process, Councillor. We have a live motion on the floor, and you seconded it. Do you not wish to be the seconder?
I didn't even know what I was seconding. I had my hand up for the officer's recommendation.
Also, the councillor didn't say she was moving the alternate motion until after she'd agreed to moving the motion, then said it was an movement motion. So initially, one of the thoughts
Thank you,
was moving the officer's
councillors.
motion.
I'm chairing the meeting. Thank you. I have a motion on the floor. Councillor Mackenzie has moved it. Do we have a seconder? Do we have a seconder?
Can we have clarity on that, please, from the CEO? Because I don't see this as the correct procedure. If you have a motion and you call for it to be seconded, and you get that, then isn't that the motion?
It is the motion that was moved by the mover.
No.
Yeah. All right.
Councillor
Councillors,
Mackenzie moved the motion of the recommendation.
Councillors, there is no need for further discussion. Please turn your microphones off. Clarification, please. Councillor Mackenzie, which motion were you moving when you put your hand up?
The alternate motion that I sent around to councillors this morning.
I'm sorry, no one said that.
Never seen it happen in chamber. Anywhere. Ever.
Okay, councillors. All right, councillors, I will. It is my belief that the motion before us is the second motion, but if you wish to vote on the other motion first, that's fine. So, a mover for the original motion, Councillor Boglari, seconded Councillor Bishop. Councillor Boglari, feel free to speak to it.
And I appreciate what you've just done in changing that format. Thank you. I appreciate that move on your behalf. So we're back to the motion in front of us, the officer's recommendation. And firstly, I need to acknowledge the amount of work. I don't know whether the officers are actually in the room, but I want to acknowledge them because they've been working on this for a number of years. Redlanders pride ourselves on our unique environment. We have coastline and bushland, and it is this environment that attracts people to our city to live and also for tourism, which is vital for our local economy. In previous city plans, inter-suburban breaks were acknowledged and protected, and environmental corridors across the city were also protected to allow our valuable and much-loved wildlife to be able to move safely across the city for breeding and feeding purposes. Without such corridor linkages, there is stress placed on our wildlife such as wallabies, echidnas, goannas, koalas, etc., as they have to manoeuvre roads and other unsafe environments to reach that core feeding areas. And this is needed for their sustainability. I included those particular species because only yesterday while I was visiting a resident at Ormiston, these were the particular animals that they mentioned they see use the corridor at the back of their house along Hilliards Creek. This isn't the first time councillors have discussed the significance of the environmental corridors or the Wildlife Connection Plan. I think it might be about 15 times now this has come before us to council over the years, as the corridors previously were in the Redlands planning scheme, but during the revision of that plan and adopted in 2018, changes were being made. Changes such as conservation zoning on private land was changed to rural and other zones to allow a greater number of land users, plus the removal of the corridor protection as it then was. And this was okay because while these changes were being discussed in the revision of the city plan, the Wildlife Connection Plan was being completed. And this was to be adopted to be part of the new city plan as the new strategic approach and protection of the corridors. I had concerns in 2018 that this plan mightn't be included, and to reassure myself and other councillors who shared this concern, the Mayor at the time actually gave her word that this inclusion would occur. So this definitely was the intended strategy. However, to date, it still hasn't been included in the city plan. One of the key initiatives in our corporate plan is actually based on the Connections Plan. And over the years, there's been many discussions and update, and the extent of this motion today is reduced from the initial intent, as it is now only over in the urban areas, whereas previously it was for protection across the entire city. The environmental corridor does restrict clearing in areas it covers, removing the 500 metres square clearing allowed under the environmental significance overlay, but this is only due to where it is of high environmental value of the area. It has no impact on cleared land or vegetation that is not native. Public consultation has been completed for the amendment, which with all affected stakeholders, 103, advised through various means, including individual letters, and I believe the planning officers have spoken over to 200 people.
Sorry to interrupt you, it was 1,003, Councillor.
Oh, did I say 103 again? 1,003, sorry, thank you. And our planning officers have actually spoken to over 200 residents. A third of these residents already had restrictions on their properties, and they were rather surprised to know that they had the state koala overlay. Due to the feedback in submissions that was evaluated by the council officers, some changes have been made to the mapping on some properties, and there's still a remaining about 50 submissions that have concerns. Some of the concerns are relating to safety. However, there are exemptions in these cases. Essential management for bushfire, fence or house maintenance, it's a self-assessable and it does allow for vegetation to be cleared. No permit, no cost due to safety reasons. If the area is already cleared, they can put up a shed. This is what I've been asked. Because if the area is cleared, there's no trigger because no vegetation is going to be cleared. Mapping is inaccurate as a house or a pool might be there. Well, due to this process taking several years, it would be expected there would be some changes on some properties. However, if there is already infrastructure in the place, there's no change because there's no material impact. And during the next revision of the planning scheme, this mapping can be changed. It has been asked if there would be support to manage the areas. Council has stated that if the corridors were to be approved going forward, there would be incentives for any property included. Properties along the foreshore of Wellington Point have actually embraced this opportunity, and they've already had Indigiscape officers out there to discuss the corridor going along the front of their foreshore properties. I did consider waiting until the revision of the next city plan, but after further conversations and having a look at the community consultation where the majority of people are positive, I believe a delay today would delay protection for up to possibly another 5 years at the rate it takes to do a planning scheme revision. And even if it was approved and progressed today, the amendment has to go back to the state government for their final check, and then return to a council general meeting for a final adoption. So even at this rate, it would possibly be well into the new year before this comes back to council for the final approval. And at that stage, if the council of the day doesn't want it, they don't have to accept it. Council provides many environmental projects, support and promotes our environment through the media repeatedly. But without corridors for feeding and breeding, the sustainability of the Redlands' valuable environmental asset is uncertain. I'd like to encourage councillors today to be strategic and have a long-term vision for our city and accept the officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor. On one point you made there, the motion you're moving says to adopt concurrently and commence, so that it doesn't come back to council for further approval. It's done.
Can we have that check, please? Because I did, yeah, because I asked with officers yesterday, and by the time it goes back to the state, it then comes back to us.
I think that's just a rubber stamp, but can one of the officers please?
No, at that stage, apparently we can prevent it, we can stop it if we want to, and we just have to tell the community our grounds.
And councillors, I'll just confirm that if this is unsuccessful, the alternate motion will be put.
Yes, through you, the Chair, Councillor Baglari is correct. The statutory process to finalise this amendment is that if Council does resolve today to proceed, then we will need to submit it to the Minister, and there is a second ministerial check, and it comes back to Council for a final decision and resolution to adopt. So Council does have one more decision point before the.
So anyone putting an application in between now and then, will they be assessed under this?
No.
Thank you. Okay. We have a speaker against, Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you. Since commencing the Wildlife Connections Plan mapping and process to introduce statutory requirements into our city plan, other levels of government have introduced measures that further protect native vegetation. For example, in February 2020, the state government released regulatory koala habitat maps for southeast Queensland. The maps support the implementation of the Southeast Queensland Koala Conservation Strategy 2020 to 25 and koala conservation protections within the planning framework. This planning framework included statutory regulations on clearing native vegetation, and where clearing native vegetation exceeds the state's threshold, that clearing becomes prohibited development. The framework also provided clearing exemptions for property owners to be able to safely manage their land and also build on their land. What I don't believe is fair on property owners is if we were to implement the statutory regulations proposed here today and the Wildlife Connections Plan and state mapping overlap, a property owner would be forced to pay council to assess clearing that would normally be exempt under state regulations, along with the cost of obtaining environmental or ecological reports to support their application. For example, in Division 7, there is an undeveloped property on Redland Bay Road where 90% of the property is covered with matters of state and environmental significance. The Wildlife Connections Plan will bring the environmental overlays to 99% coverage on that property. Under the state regulation, the property owner could clear 500 square metres to build a house on that property, but with council adding the Wildlife Connections Plan over the top of already state map land, the property owner would be forced to pay additional funds to council along with obtaining expensive ecological reports in order to build a house on that property. This is confirmed in the officer's report on page 7 of the public consultation report. While it's noted there has been suggestions of a rate concession in line with the Environment and Coastal Management Levy, that is subject to budget deliberations, and this levy is only $172 a year, and a concession on this levy would in no way adequately compensate for the cost of operational works, application fees and ecological reports. Council would also need to apply a concession equitably across the affected landowners based on how much of their property is affected. It's not conceivable that a property owner with 5% of their property affected would receive the same concession as a property owner with 90% of their property affected. I'll reiterate here the state regulations. The property owner, in this case on Redland Bay Road, would not be able to clear more than 500 square metres to build a house on this undeveloped site or subdivide the land, as it would be deemed prohibited development, and council would be required under state legislation to not accept the application. The state regulations sufficiently protect the native vegetation. Additionally, I am of the strong opinion that further detailed investigation and analysis, or ground truthing as we sometimes refer to it, is required to ensure the mapping is correct. I note that officers have made some amendments to the mapping, but as indicated in our previous discussions, this is only where a property owner has made a submission. The input of the local councillors does not appear to have been taken into consideration. I personally made comments on 127 properties within Division 7. Only 16 had changes made, and I presume this is where the property owners made a submission. Changes to the mapping are required over a significant number of properties where development and legal clearing has occurred, and the current mapping no longer reflects the native vegetation on the site. For example, 2 properties on Vienna Road have had development occur where there is no longer native vegetation, where the mapping indicates as dwellings have been constructed. These properties should have been removed from the amendment. There are 2 properties in Cockatiel Court where the mapping covers a pool, non-native palm trees and canopy from overhanging council trees. These 2 properties should also be removed from the mapping, and a property on Dawson Road where the mapping covers outbuildings, non-native palm trees and garden beds. Again, the mapping is not reflective of the native vegetation on the site. I won't bore councillors with every example in Division 7 where the mapping needs further ground truthing, but if there are examples like this across every division of the city, then it would be remiss of us to include them in this amendment without ensuring the mapping is an accurate reflection of the values we want to protect. Inaccurately applying an overlay would cause undue stress to property owners. I'd also like to note that less than half of those who made submissions support this amendment. I often hear councillors talk about listening to our community. Whilst overall it may only be a small minority of the submitters who are opposed to this, I know in Division 7 the vast majority of the property owners don't want this applied to their property. They may not have made a submission, but the face-to-face conversations and phone calls I had with my residents indicate a clear opposition to this amendment, as they believe the current regulations at all levels of government sufficiently serve the purpose of protecting native vegetation.
Thank you, Councillor. And I will remind councillors to try to keep to 5 minutes. I believe you're Speaker 4, Councillor Bishop.
Yes, Deputy Mayor, if I may. First of all, I want to commence with huge thanks to officers who, for a very extended period of time, have been trying to recouple what effectively this council in 2014, or when we started City Plan, we decoupled the environment work.
Contested point, Councillor.
It may be contested, but it's my memory,
yep.
That we created a parallel process at that point, and we said we'd bring it back at a later point. This is an attempt, and as Councillor Baglari has suggested, there's been many, many attempts to what we're trying to do here is find balance. It's balance across the naturally wonderful, which is our trademark brand in Redland City Council, of the available remaining resource of vegetation that we have in the city. It's a balance between council-owned land, state-owned land, federal-controlled land, and community-owned land. And here we're trying to find a balance with the community to help understand how we can actually support the retention of vegetation within reasonable means where appropriate. Council officers have undertaken a very comprehensive statutory adherent process, and we have seen incredible adjustments taking on board submissions from residents. There is definitely a lot of confusion among residents, which I think some people have tended to foster as well, where state koala mapping is actually the dominant feature, limiting their ability to do what they think is their right, which is to clear. Now, there's been some changes with the koala mapping that have taken place in recent years that do place an extra impost on residents. Impost, it's actually extra protection on vegetation, and they had been previously unaware. This process has awoken that, and I think to find balance, there is still a journey to go. Adopting this process today, which I recommend, I'd like to ask, if I may, through you, Chair, to the officer. Councillor McKenzie suggested that residents would be required to pay today for reports regarding clearing. Is that true, or will there be a time required for the assessment through the ministerial review and our final adoption?
I don't believe that's what you said, Councillor. I'm sorry.
They had to pay today.
Not today. You didn't say, because they're not making applications today, but from this point you were suggesting.
When this is introduced.
That's not what I was suggesting.
When it's introduced.
Yeah,
okay, cool.
Okay,
but it's not yet. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we won't.
Thank you. I appreciate your clarification there. I don't need to go to officers for that. But I think it's important to note there is still room to go in finding this balance. It's been a long time since we started this process. It's probably not ideal, but if we do not proceed with this now, the potential for further vegetation loss in this city is extreme. I think we need to really lean in with our community and work together to look at this naturally wonderful brand that we have trademarked and we proudly use as our very strong branding. And I want to also remind councillors that our corporate plan identifies the Redlands Wildlife Connections Action Plan as a key initiative, number 1 under natural environment, and number 2 is to deliver council's koala conservation strategy. There are many other things that this council and our residents are committed to, and I would like to encourage councillors today to support proceeding with this, noting there is further work to do in discussion with our residents. And I want to also thank those people who have made submissions because I think their voice is really important. Clarification between the state concerns and the council concerns, I think, needs to be also clarified a little further as we proceed. But I think that will all happen over these next few months as we continue conversations with the Minister and the community.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. I believe you're speaker against Councillor. Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. I too would like to give due respect to our officers, the opportunity to discuss this, and thank you, Madam Chair, to allow us to offer the respect that's so deserved. These officers have followed our requests, which have come about from a need for environmental significance overlay, and we have directed them to where we are today. I also pay many respects to Councillor Baglary. I saw when I came into this council 2020, we heard her speak very passionately today. The journey she's been on is certainly longer than my time. She is desperately trying to strengthen our wildlife corridors across the city. And I recall that she said in the very first meeting that I attended, we can't risk a repeat of Kinross Road. And I've always remembered that. I also want to pay respects to the residents who have made the submissions, and some of those are in this gallery today because they're the people that are affected by what we're going out with. Some of these people that I have been speaking to and that have approached me have been long-term custodians of their park residential blocks. They pay it with very much respect. They have visions and dream of not being subdividers, but rather pass on the land to their children and have their children share their same living standards as they have as a family unit. If I had that opportunity and I was in that position, I would be in that gallery today, sitting on the edge of my seat, hoping that my home would not be affected by what we're seeing. Now, I could go into this further, but I think the biggest persuader for me is this report only came to us a few days ago. I found 6 submissions in the report on Sunday just for my area, let alone all the others. I had no idea what all the other areas were, but in my area I found another 6 that had concerns and had made a submission. I've had complaints from the public that had they known this was on the agenda, they would like to have addressed the council. This opportunity was lost because the agenda was delivered before they had time to make their application to speak. So because I haven't had a proper time to read and give this its due diligence, time to make an informed decision, I cannot support this motion, and I will be supporting the alternate motion that all the councillors came together on Monday to discuss. And I'm sorry, Wendy, but no, it's not about you. You're right. It's not about me either. It's about the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Do I have another speaker for? No? Okay. Well, there'll be more opportunity to speak if this is not successful. There'll be another motion. I just would like to make 2 comments, if I may. one of the questions that was asked was in regard to how these measures will move forward. And as has been noted, well, there are a lot of non-statutory measures and incentives available now that were not available when we first started this journey. So I think that is one of the significant reasons that we can look to the competence of our community to support our wildlife. And there was noted that these measures protect federal land, state land, public land, I think was the other one, and community land. But
clarification.
Yes?
No, it's not that. Oh, sorry, that was my suggestion. I was not suggesting that. I was suggesting this is an attempt to balance the vegetation in this city, which exists on various other lands. I'm not suggesting we're trying to control state or Commonwealth.
No, I wasn't suggesting that either, Councillor. I was just trying to paraphrase what you had said. But the land that you refer to as community land is actually private residential land.
Community owned by individual residents in the city.
Yes. So that's a vastly different thing, I think, in suggesting community land. But that was just a point of clarification I felt that I needed to make. So, Councillor Boglari, did you wish to sum up? You've said what you wanted to say.
I just hope everyone votes naturally wonderfully.
I think they will, and we'll go to the next one. Thank you. So with that, councillors, those in favour of the motion before us at the moment, and we have a division, those in favour are Councillor Boglari, Councillor Hewlett and Councillor Bishop. Those against are Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Edwards, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Berridge, Councillor Talty, Councillor Williams.
Aye.
Right.
Aye.
Councillor Williams is in the negative. So with that motion is lost, and I will now ask Councillor Mackenzie, and I will this time say, what are you moving, Councillor Mackenzie?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'd like to move the alternate motion that was sent around this morning to councillors. You had sent it around last night. I just did add a word in there to include statutory and non-statutory, because the statutory refers to the other levels of government that have brought in statutory regulations, specifically what I spoke to regarding the state koala mapping.
Thank you. So do you have a seconder for this motion, please? Councillor Edwards is happy to second. Thank you. Councillors, we had quite a bit of discussion on the previous matter. Did you want to speak again to this one, Councillor?
No, what I was going to say in support of this, I spoke against the other one, so
okay.
I'm quite happy with what I've said already, but I'll give councillors time to read this because there is quite a few points in it.
I believe they're all the same as what was sent around except for that one word. I'll follow the normal protocols. So having been moved, do I have a speaker against? Yeah, I will, but just 1 minute. So, Councillor, are you speaking or asking a question? Okay. So, yes, Councillor?
I've just got a quick question. Is it possible for us to make it clear to the gallery, because there are people on the other side too, what the alternate motion is, please? Because they can't...
would you like us to read it aloud?
I can speak to that.
Councillor, could you read it aloud or highlight the points, please?
Yes, so to endorse the consultation report and to make the consultation report publicly available to the community.
Can I suggest you speak a little bit slower?
Sorry.
I would also note this is on the screen for both online and the people in the other room, so they can see the wording.
So point 1 is the same as what the previous motion was. Point 2 is to not proceed with the major amendment. Point 3 is a statutory regulation that we have to give notice to the minister to not proceed. Point 4 is to publish the reasons on why we're not proceeding with it at this stage, and that is because we have improved statutory and non-statutory planning measures and initiatives that are available to support private landowners to manage environmental values on their properties, and that further detailed investigation and analysis is required to ensure the proposed amendment would achieve its intended outcomes. And 5 is the same, which is to advise all the submitters of the resolution not to proceed. And 6 is to note that the proposed amendment may, subject to council approval, be further investigated as part of a future review of city plan, which we're required to do under legislation as well.
Okay, thank you. So that covers what you were concerned about, Councillor Hughes? Yes. So, Councillor Bishop, you had a question?
Yes, thank you. If I may, through to the officer. If this is to proceed and we rely on layers of other overlays, etc., is there a risk that there may be further habitat loss? And what would be the next process for this council to choose to bring something back that would clarify something more supportive that looks at addressing the issues that are not covered by those overlays? That's the first question, if I may.
That's a very broad question.
Okay, well, how much will the overlays protect vegetation as opposed to what we were seeking to do with previous officers' recommendation?
Councillor, I think, part of the reason councillors are not supportive is because we don't really know that. And also, you have all of that in your report. But do you want to add anything, Jody?
Perhaps I've understood the question differently, but through you, the Chair, my response to the councillor's question is that the proposed amendment didn't extend the environmental significance overlay. So the properties that were notified and made submissions already have the environmental significance overlay applied on their property. It'll be mapped as matters of state environmental significance or matters of local environmental significance or both. So that overlay protection will still apply to those properties moving forward. The proposed amendment proposed changing the threshold for having to make an application to council to clear vegetation in that proposed new MLES category, so matters of local environmental significance category. The proposal was to reduce that clearing to zero, so that any clearing would need to make a planning application to council. So business as usual will continue if council decides not to proceed with that amendment, and those owners can clear up to 500 square metres of vegetation on their property without having to make an application to council. So that's, I suppose, the difference between if we'd proceeded with the amendment and not proceeding with the amendment, which is how I understood your question. The second part of your question was just in relation to how that city plan review process would start or would happen. So, I mean, that hasn't fully been established yet what that process is, but generally there's background studies that are undertaken, that's brought to council. Council gives policy direction to officers, and officers use that policy direction to draft the planning scheme or make changes to the planning scheme.
Thank you. I'd just like to acknowledge that if we
do
go
you have
down
another
that
question, or are you speaking to the item?
I'll choose to speak against it, and thank you for that pickup. You're right, I was going to make a comment. I'll get to that when we get to the point.
Okay, so I've got to think where I'm at now. We've moved it. You're a speaker against. You. Okay, so if you want to speak against, please do so now.
Well, I'll start with a comment, which is that if we go down this process and we look at a review through City Plan, I would strongly recommend that we do what we did not do last City Plan, and we start with a statement of proposals and we consult with
Councillor,
our community.
That you're not speaking to the item, I'm sorry. That's a matter for the next council to consider, and you can raise that at the time. I'm sure you'll still be here.
If I may, in my 5-minute allocated speech.
It's not a 5-minute allocated speech. It's an opportunity to speak to the item, and the item before you is this motion in relation to this. It is not...
The item before us is Major Amendment, Environmental Significance Overlay. In relation to environmental significance overlay, the next opportunity we have is potentially going to be when we come to the drafting of a new city plan.
Yes.
So I would like to suggest that we consult with our community early. We didn't do it at the statement of proposals. We didn't do it at the drafting of the city plan.
We only waited till the very end
when we had it all completed. So we did not check in with the community about how important the environment was. I recommend that we go and do that with our community next time and get that right.
Right. Okay. I'm calling that a speaker against. Okay. Do I need a speaker for, or can I put this vote? Do you wish to wrap up, Councillor Mackenzie?
No, I think there's been enough debate on it. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'll put the vote. Those in favour of the alternate motion Councillor Mackenzie has proposed, please. Okay, those in favour are Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Edwards, Councillor McKenzie, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Berridge, Councillor Talty, Councillor Williams.
Aye.
Is in support.
Aye.
Those against are Councillor Boglari, Councillor Hewlett and Councillor Bishop. Thank you. With that, it is carried. Moving on to 15.2, reconfiguration of a lot 1 into 2 Ridge Place. Thank you, Councillor McKenzie. What are you moving?
I would like to move option 2, that council resolves to issue a development permit for reconfiguring a lot 1 into 2 on land described as lot 5 on SP 192465 and situated at 2 to 4 Ridge Place, Redland Bay, with conditions that have been prepared by our planning team and they're
outlined in attachment 4. Sorry.
Sorry, can we just get...
What is it you're concerned about, Councillor? The wording?
Thank you. No. Just the
motion
timing
or
of
the item?
when that email was sent. I just hadn't...
Just the conditions that the planning team have proposed.
So if I can, yes, sure, while we're getting this clarified. If I can clarify for you, councillors, there is a generic option 2 in the report, and then last night I sent through the same thing, but the generic one says with conditions attached, and now the conditions have been attached as item 4. Yes, certainly. Tony, did you need to speak with me? Okay, sorry, I didn't collect a seconder before I spoke. So, seconded Councillor Edwards. Is David or Steve? Can someone just give a little bit of a clarification on the set of conditions that will be attached if this is approved today, please? In attachment 4.
And can I ask if the email that was sent about that could just be made visible, the alternate motion?
Yes.
The only thing that was sent through Councillor Bishop this morning was the conditions. The alternate motion is already in the report. It's option 2.
Yeah. But it just says, with conditions, and the conditions are now provided. Sorry, if you could speak to that, Michael, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify, officers have provided a set of conditions in relation to the alternate motion that's being proposed. So those conditions are fairly standard in terms of the types of conditions that we would normally apply to a reconfiguration 1 into 2 subdivision. So again, there are conditions which clarify obviously what needs to be done prior to plan sealing of the plan, removal of encroachments on boundaries, things like that, and also how the stormwater will be dealt with and what services will be provided. So it's a fairly standard set of suggested or recommended or conditions that have been supplied. I would note, and just for clarification, officers still retain their recommendation to refuse the development application. Thank you.
Thank you. Tony, could I have a quick word for a moment, please? Just bear with me, councillors. So, Councillor, you've gone with option 2, but officers did provide a reworded version. So, I'm wondering if someone would like to move an amendment to the motion to switch to the other one.
That's where I was seeking clarification before, because it seemed quite different to what I had.
Yeah. No. So, could you just put the one that was sent by the officers and forwarded last night on the screen? So do I need to amend it, or can Councillor Mackenzie?
The live motion we've got is that one.
Yes. Which is the same. It doesn't change the intent. It just gives more detail. The details in the attachment? Okay. Michael, would you mind just clarifying for me, are you happy for this to move forward with attachment 4? Is it the same as what you sent forward? Okay, so it's fine. We don't need an amendment. That's all I wanted to double check, that we had the right motion.
It's clear Councillor Mackenzie was moved the motion as per attachment 4. We just need to find attachment 4 so we're all clear.
Right, okay. So attachment 4 is those conditions that were attached. So the planning officers have confirmed that they both mean the same thing, so we don't need to alter it. It's an approval, okay, with conditions. You got a question, Councillor?
Can I speak to my motion?
So yes, you can. I was just getting it clarified.
Thank you. And just to clarify, for us to look for condition attachment 4,
yes,
not in our diligent boards. Only on the screen, is that?
It has been emailed to all of you.
By whom and when?
Michael Anderson.
Okay. Thank you.
Yesterday. Okay, sorry. Councillor Mackenzie, would you like to speak to your motion, please?
Thank you. The state government has projected that our population will grow to 212,000 by 2046, and the number of dwellings on the Redlands coast is forecast to grow to 85,000 by 2046. We, as a council, have said to the state that we do not want to expand the urban footprint, and that we support the delivery of housing in the consolidation area as a priority over ad hoc new greenfield development. The state has also said we need to provide more opportunities for our older residents to downsize from their large family home and still be able to stay in their local area. Additionally, the state government is meeting today to propose new laws that will be introduced that will include the creation of a new zone dubbed the Urban Investigation Zone to allow councils to deliver infrastructure earlier by streamlining development in growth areas, and will also establish a new assessment pathway for developers where building on infill areas and boosting affordability housing stock will be classified as a state priority. What we have here is an application from an older gentleman who wants to subdivide his 2,000 square metre lot down to a 1,500 square metre and 500 square metre lot in order to move out of his large family home yet still stay in the neighbourhood he has lived in for a significant number of years. Whilst the zoning of this property is LDR1 and lot size should remain 2,000 square metres, our city plan at the determination of the state government has the clause for every zone unless the resultant lots are consistent with the density and character of the surrounding established neighbourhood. The subdivided 500 square metre lot is a level cleared area that will share a boundary fence with a 600 square metre and a 450 square metre lot, and a button area with 30 lots all below 900 square metre, with the majority around 450 square metres. It will front a street that has no other home frontages, so will not impact the visual amenity from the home directly opposite the proposed lot. This application fulfills the need to provide more housing in the consolidation area, allows an older resident to downsize yet still stay in his beloved neighbourhood, and will not impact on the amenity of the surrounding established neighbourhoods due to the positioning of the frontage of the lot and the subdivided LDR zone directly next to it. The streetscape and character of the LDR1 zone along Larkspur Street and Ridge Place will not be impacted as indicated in the officer's report, as the new proposed lot will not front either of these streets. Council has previously approved a similar subdivision in Birdwood Road, Birkdale, where approval was granted for a 1:3 subdivision in an LDR zone which created lots less than 2,000 square metres. The P&E Court has also previously approved a 1:4 subdivision in an LDR1 zone on Hague Street, Birkdale, which created lots less than 2,000 square metres. Had this applicant built a secondary dwelling on the 2,000 square metre lot, constructed a fence to divide the two dwellings, it would be a conforming dual occupancy. The applicant could then apply for the reconfiguration of lot, and officers would have very little, if any, grounds to refuse the 1 into 2. The outcome would be the same if we approve the application now and should therefore be supported. The proposed development will result in lots with a density and character consistent with the surrounding established neighbourhood, which includes those residential lots on Treeline Place and Woodhaven Close to the east. And the development complies with overall outcomes 3A 1 to 4 of the LDR1 large lot residential precinct city plan. The application can be conditioned to comply with all other assessment benchmarks within city plan, including the low density residential code, reconfiguring a lot code, healthy waters code, infrastructure works code, landscape code, transport, servicing access and parking code, environmental significance overlay and bushfire hazard zone overlay code. And it's for this reason I believe that we should allow for this subdivision to occur.
Thank you, Councillor Mackenzie. Are you a speaker against, Councillor Bishop? A speaker against?
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I sense this is the opposite of strategic planning. This is the direct opposite to what our city plan identifies as LDR1 2,000 square metre lots in this area, which is what the officers are recommending. And the choice is to receive this application, and because of some opportunity that's happening in the state where something could happen in the half-pike position that might result in something that might allow someone sometime in future to do something, we're actually making a decision today, if this happens, to actually proceed. This is the opposite of strategic planning. This is not going to set a precedent that is useful for our city. Now, I'm going to refer, if I may, to exactly the concern that arose in Hague Road after a decision was made for a property in Birdwood Road, which I questioned and asked, would that
Councillor,
set
you're
a
getting very
precedent?
broad and away from the motion.
It was raised by a previous councillor, and that councillor was Roanne Mackenzie, and I'm referring to that because she's referred to it. And so in relation to this, I think it's relevant.
Councillor, I have no problem with you referring to the same one, but please don't go across the 6 others.
If you follow what I'm saying, I'm not. I'm actually sticking to what's being said before. Thank you. So in Birdwood Road, there was an application that actually did depart from and use a principle that said it's on the very edge, shouldn't be a problem. Officer's recommendation, when I asked, would this set a precedent, they said no. Now, what we have found subsequently are around the corner in LDR1, which was supposed to be 2,000 square metres, when someone came in an application, the officers recommended, because what they'd said previously, it was consistent with what had been decided around the corner, and because there were lots surrounding this lot, which had been subdivided down, which is what we're about to potentially do, officers' recommendation was that we should approve, based on a caveat that the state said, which was looking at the character of surrounding neighbourhood. Now, I didn't agree with that, and the council did not support that. It was then taken to the Planning and Environment Court, and the Planning and Environment Court upheld the decision. We are about now to start a precedent that could establish a change in the lot, which would start a domino effect in this area, and I think we should be very cautious, and we should go back to strategy. We should go back to advice from our officers, and we should stick with what the officer's recommendation is, and so I'm speaking against this. Thank you.
Thank you. Bearing in mind that every application is decided on its merits, and it does not set a precedent.
Well, that's what I was told previously. I'm just letting you know cautionarily.
Thank you.
Councillor Mackenzie used other precedents, but you didn't pull her up on that.
Excuse me, I'm not pulling anyone up on it.
Well, you were commenting on what I just said.
Are you arguing with the chair? Councillor, I'm speaking. Councillor, this is your first warning.
That escalated quickly.
And that's your second warning. God, children. So would you like to leave, Councillor? Is that what you're saying? Thank you. Do I have a speaker for? Thank you, Councillor Mitchell.
Happy to speak for. This council, we'll just bring it down a notch, shall we, and just get the behaviour back on track. I understand people interpreting this one way or the other, and I think and appreciate the officer's interpretation in this particular instance. But it's a knife edge interpretation. I'm falling onto the other side of that interpretation, where I believe this application before us, or motion before us, is within the density and character of the surrounding neighbourhood. I mean, to the east, it's there. It's a corner block, and that's my interpretation. But I appreciate others will have a different interpretation. This is not opposite to our city plan. That's inflammatory commentary that Councillor Bishop had in my view. This is strategic. This is our job. This is our job. It's wholly appropriate that this interpretive portion of our city plan, that we're all part of that strategy, comes before us on behalf of our community to interpret it. And so I think to use words like it's opposite and get all breathless and the domino effect and these catastrophising emotives, I think are not befitting a proper balanced interpretation of what's before us. So I think any consequences of this block being split and providing another housing opportunity, which is very welcome. I know the human story on this particular block, and that's nice. But councillors, even if this was an interstate investor, I'd be approaching it with the same view and looking at it in the cold light of day on whether this is going to be a reasonable outcome or not. And I'm wholly of the opinion that it'll be a very reasonable, balanced outcome. Looking at the block on site, as I have done, and I hope others have, and gone to ReadyMap and Development Eye, etc., a home in that location with a street tree and some more vegetation would be an enhancement to that area, quite frankly, and that would be a great outcome as well. So appreciate there will be a different interpretation. That's why we have 11 councillors investing their time and intelligence into a balanced view, and why we have P&E courts and those things, and we hope that there's those reviews as well. Not everything is black and white and can be neatly pigeonholed. So I'm happy to support this today. I think the impacts will be nil, or at the worst negligible, and I think the outcome is a positive, and with that I'll be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Berridge, you had your hand up. Were you wanting to be a speaker against? Okay. You've already spoken, Councillor.
Yeah,
and
I just want to make a point of clarification
waiting.
to something that Councillor Mitchell said.
No, Councillor, we're not debating. Councillor, I'm speaking.
Plan.
Could you please wait? If you have a question. No, Councillor, I don't need definitions of words from the dictionary. Thank you. No. Councillor. Yes, Councillor.
Sorry, I do have a question.
It's a question, not a speaker against, that you had your hand up for. Okay, I'll come to you shortly. Councillor Boglari.
Speaking against the alternate motion and happy to support the officer's motion, and totally agree with Councillor Bishop that we spent years doing a city plan, and even though I don't agree with many parts of it, that is the city plan where we decided what density goes where and what industry goes where, and this was a specific precinct here. And if we allow this to happen, it does affect future applications, because even though they are all assessed individually, the environment then has changed. So at the moment when we look at, if my screen actually stays up, we look at the bottom of page 919 where the officers say, it's predominantly loud lot size is reflected of the LDR precinct. Well, they won't say that in the next one. When someone's neighbour wants to put one in, they'll say, well, it has happened down the road. So it does set a precedent. So I disagree with those comments saying where it doesn't. And we do have to be strategic. When we have a city plan, we don't then just keep changing it to have grandma's crossword, what's they called? What's the word? Patchwork, thank you, not crossword, patchwork quilt. We can't just keep putting different colours in everywhere. We have to stick to that city plan whether we like it or not. So I'm happy to support the officer's recommendation, but not this new motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Berridge, what was your question?
To officers, please, through the chair.
Yes, just ask your question. Sorry?
Shouldn't you be asking for another speaker for?
Well, Councillor Berridge was waiting, and Councillor Bishop.
Question.
They do. But I don't believe do I have any more speakers for? Yeah. Okay. You're happy to allow Councillor Berridge's question, Councillor Hughes?
I'd like a question of the officers, please, in regards to Hague Road, if that is possible.
Councillor.
No, I think it is good because it has come up here.
All right. Okay.
It has been raised.
Give the latitude.
Just so I'm clear. Thank you, Mike. Hague Road is the same zoning. Is that correct? And
yep.
Yes, and we had a lot of debate with Hague Road, and we, as councillors, we voted against it, and it went to the P&E court, and they overrode our decision. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Correct. Could this happen again?
Yeah, of course. I mean, any decision the council makes in relation to code accessible development, if we were to refuse the application, the appellant can appeal it, but there's no submitter appeal rights.
Yeah. Okay, that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to? Do you have a burning desire to speak, Councillor Hughes? Would you like to sum up, Councillor McKenzie?
Just briefly, just in response to summing up some of the comments that we've made, that we have a city plan, that we shouldn't keep changing it when applications come through, and that we have to stick to city plan whether we like it or not. I'll just remind councillors of an application up in Rye Street, Wellington Point, that it was zoned for units and the property only wanted to subdivide to put 2 houses.
Oh, and I'm hesitant to bring in any other applications if we could. If we can just
to stick to city plan.
Can we just stick to the item in front of us, or generic examples, perhaps?
I'll put motion, please.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I have a put motion before us. Can I? This is voting. I don't need a seconder for a put motion, do I?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'd like to move a
I need a seconder. Okay, we have a put motion before us, councillors, so I do have to take a vote on the put motion. So those who would support putting this matter now, could I please see a show of hands? Councillor Williams, on the put motion?
Aye.
Oh, that's unanimous. So the matter is now going to be put. So this is for you, please, councillors, to vote on the motion that is before us on 2 to 4 Ridge Place, which is an approval with conditions. Can I please see a show of hands? It's a division. Those in favour are Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Edwards, Councillor McKenzie, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Berridge, Councillor Talty, Councillor Williams. Those against are Councillor Boglari, Councillor Hewlett and Councillor Bishop. Thank you. With that, it's carried. It's not a quick day. We're on to 15.3, councillors, which is options to support the delivery of affordable housing on the Redlands coast. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved, Councillor Hughes. Seconded, Councillor Boglari. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Hughes?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. In moving item 15.3, options to support the delivery of affordable housing on the Redlands coast. And I think I spoke a little earlier when I spoke about the conference I attended, and particularly focusing on the Gold Coast and our their Tash. If she lived a bit closer to us, she could be. We could look at poaching. She's that jolly good. But I think that we all know in sincere heart the problems that our community are struggling with, and it's not just our community, it's across the board. Everyone knows someone that is struggling. Everyone knows someone that is working, and literally, how do we pay the rent anymore? And if the house is put up for sale, for an example, the stress, the enormous stress to our community and the wider community. So we have put a lot of effort into this, a lot of options, a lot of thought, and I am really happy to move this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. Do we have a speaker against? It's a question. We have a question. We don't have any speakers against. No, I have a question from Councillor Boglari.
I'm through you to Dean. I'm sorry, Dean. I think I missed a workshop when I was away on leave, and one of the questions I sent through, I I know in your email probably is in here, but it was the one about in attachment 1, table 5.4, the dot point 3B dwellings being 350 metres. We're not in a precinct. If I could have that one clarified, and the caravan one, please.
Yeah, that's the point.
Yep. By you, Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you.
So the question that Councillor Boglari posed via email was asking about the application, how this would play out. And obviously, when we've in the attachment, there's a proposed amendment, and it outlines how city plans proposed to be changed to facilitate, I guess, the desired policy outcome. In the tables of assessment, there's a specific caveat that says not including precincts. And the question by Councillor Boglari is, why isn't this amendment intended to be applied to the precincts? So the reason it's not intended to be applied to the precincts is because in the precincts there's specific, strategic intent which is tried to be realised in those. So, for example, in precinct LDR1, I realise the irony here, we've just spoken about that, but the precinct talks about maintaining for example, a minimum lot size of 2,000 square metres, but also if you look at the overall outcomes, and I haven't got them here handy, but it also talks about development being limited to dwelling houses. Now, clearly, if we were to facilitate this amendment to allow it in that precinct, for example, the LDR1 precinct, that would be contrary to the overall outcomes of the precinct. And the same goes also for example, LDR2, where the strategic objective is to maintain a minimum lot size of 6,000 square metres and limit development to dwelling houses only. So that is why these particular changes are limited to the standard LDR zone and not the LDR precincts, of which there are 5.
So in normal LDR, so the normal residential areas, pink in the urban area, they're 600 and 800 square metres and down to 400. They could put a caravan, or no, they can do dual, and they can go below they can only go down to 350.
Yeah, okay, sorry.
And the larger lots, we're saying you can't.
Yeah, sorry. So just to provide clarity, so right now there are provisions in the planning scheme for the standard LDR zone, so not in a precinct. So there's density expectations, and the provisions in city plan talk about there being dual occupancies delivered at 1 dwelling per 400 square metres, which would mean if you had an 800 square metre lot, in theory, you can deliver a dual occupancy because that would satisfy that density. So what this proposed amendment seeks to do is to change that so that instead of, providing tacit support for dual occupancies on lots that are 800 square metres or greater, it's to reduce that down to 700 square metres, thereby allowing a dual occupancy at a density of 1 dwelling per 350 metres squared. Correct. Only applying in the standard LDR zone. And remember, this is a potential response, or one of the responses proposed to the housing crisis. So this is one of the missing middle housing typologies that the state talks about. So it's providing additional opportunities in the existing LDR zone to deliver dual occupancies and providing, tacit support for that in the provisions of city plan.
I might just ask Dean, if you could just clarify the difference between a dual occupancy and a secondary dwelling, because I think that might... I know you're not confused about that, but I think that would be confusing for other people. If that's right.
Yeah, I guess for most people, the best way to explain a secondary dwelling, most people have this association, they talk about it as a granny flat. So under the planning regulation, the definition of a dwelling house includes a secondary dwelling. So you might have a primary structure, a house on a parcel of land, and if you build a granny flat on that parcel of land also, that constitutes the overall definition of a dwelling house. Dual occupancy is about delivering 2 separate, houses on a lot. So that's the difference between those two there.
Thank you. I just thought it might be a bit confusing. People might think that on 2,000 or 6,000 square metres you couldn't have a secondary dwelling based on the discussion. Thank you. So you had another question, did you, Councillor?
Okay, yeah, so So there are, I guess, 5 separate items that are covered here. So your question relating to caravans, I think, was what further work needs to be undertaken to.
I didn't realise that what we were hoping to be able to do to let the larger lots have caravans on them to help with housing supply. I didn't realise that now we've realised it's not allowed. So I was thinking, well, what else could we do in regards to that?
Yeah. So just to provide a bit of an explanation for others. So Council's policy intent, as it had articulated in its previous resolution, it was wanting to consider establishing a policy under the local law that would allow up to 5 caravans on a rural lot, and there were size limitations there too, being provided on a temporary basis. The issue that was raised, and development control's probably better versed at explaining this than myself, but I'll attempt. So it really comes down to when you're looking to provide 5 caravans on a rural lot, that fundamentally changes the nature of the use. It's to do with the scale and intensity of the use. So that essentially constitutes a material change of use, and that use is otherwise for a mobile home park. So it goes from being a dwelling house to essentially being an alternative use. Now, what development control provided advice back to us, and when we spoke about alternative options, now we're aware that other LGAs have pursued policy responses which do allow caravans being rented on a temporary basis, but they allow 1 caravan on a lot. And one example I can cite is the Fraser Coast Regional Council. So what development control has said, look, it's not to throw the baby out with the bathwater, but we might need to go back to the drawing board and revisit how many, where they're located, and get, I guess, some greater certainty around the controls that council would like to put in place to ensure that, we're protecting people, so that, we're covering off on things like safety, ensuring wastewater can be managed effectively and the like. So those things require further consideration.
Through the chair, could I ask, so that we could make some sort of an impact, could we have it allowed at the moment for 1 caravan on the larger lots, so that, families or some sort of, good friend, you might want to allow them to live there? Could we have that at the moment while we wait to see? Because I know how long it takes to get anything to happen. The crisis will be over and done with while we're still working out with the state government what we can do. So
if it's any help, I heard it's going to go for another 20 years this morning.
So in the meantime, can we have at least the larger lots allowed to have, 1 caravan rather than not anything at all?
Well, I think technically they can, because and you can speak to this, Dean, but if someone has someone staying temporarily in a caravan, we wouldn't act on it for a few weeks anyway. So, yeah, please speak to it.
Yeah, look, it's difficult because I don't want to, second guess the issues that the other issues that development control might raise. But, that's right. Like, one of the key issues is enforcing compliance with these. So part of the reason behind why this was originally put as a temporary policy is that obviously it was seen that the housing crisis we didn't think was going to perpetuate indefinitely, although it may continue longer than we anticipate. So one of the key reasons by making it temporary was to allow development control to have a system in place to permit it, so that if issues did arise in time, we'd have an opportunity to respond to those and appropriately calibrate our policy settings so that we weren't allowing, unfolding issues to continue. So, for example, if we rolled out the policy as originally proposed and there were significant, let's say, noise concerns raised by adjoining residences, having it in effect as a temporary policy gives you that flexibility so that you can revisit the drawing board and recalibrate. So that was part of the reason why council chose to pursue a temporary as a temporary basis. But just making a change on the floor and saying would 1 be okay, I'm not 100% sure. I think I would need to divert to Graham to potentially answer that.
Okay, thank you. So I believe Councillor.
Yes. Sorry.
Thanks, Graham.
Yeah, sure.
Good morning, councillors. So just quickly to clarify on that issue, so the technical answer is no, you can't have a single caravan on a property for more than a temporary period. And what I mean by that is if there's an arrangement where someone may be there for a few weeks, council is unlikely to be worried about that. But once the temporary kind of goes beyond that, you're unable to have a caravan on the property unless you get what they call a temporary home permit. And so that temporary home permit is vetted at the moment in the local law by you have to be constructing a house to get that permit. And so if we were to move into that space to make it, I guess, a longer kind of opportunity for people, we would have to amend the local law to remove that provision just to allow that assessment to occur. So the work that we're doing is essentially to just look at that mechanics of that amendment to the local law, but also to see whether there's an opportunity to what I call this the self-assessment process, so that people can do it without necessarily having to refer the matter to council, because we don't want to over-regulate it unnecessarily. So that's just what we're working through at the moment.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification from both of you, because I wasn't too sure how going forward we're actually going to get something done, but at least we can go down the local law thing there. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you. So, councillors, question from Councillor Mitchell.
Yes, it's probably through to Dean and picking on his state experience. I note in our report we're hoping to develop a policy for community housing providers in the Redlands, which is very welcome. I also note that there's no suitable council land that we can really bring forward, which is a shame. Getting the question very quickly, Chair. And this is on the public record. I met with Minister Enoch about a couple of weeks ago regarding some strategy matters, and just had a brief discussion with her around given the abundance of state land on North Stradbroke Island in particular, but perhaps other areas in the city, whether the state or through a public-private partnership on state land with a housing provider or someone might come forward. So the question is, at the moment, would there be any barriers to council's current policies or incentives that might assist any state-led proposal that might come through on their land, given council doesn't have any? I know it's fairly broad, but it is of great importance on Stradbroke at the moment.
Yeah, so with the way, I guess with the key parameters that are set with the establishment of the affordable housing policy, they were tailored to be made available to a registered community housing provider. So the key obstacle that comes to mind is if it's being delivered by, for example, the state government, technically it wouldn't fall within the definition of where that policy applies. We are looking at opportunities while still maintaining the general parameters agreed to by council through its previous resolution, by also building in a little bit of flexibility to that policy, whereby we might have a provision that says something along the lines of these are the general eligibility criteria by which you'll have access to this funding. However, subject to determination by council, we can provide flexibility, and there may be an opportunity to provide access to that funding to an entity which doesn't necessarily meet all of the specific criteria previously agreed to in resolution. So that gives it an extra level of flexibility. But what it would mean is if an applicant such as the state government said, look, you've got a funding pool available, we'd like to see if we can access that for example, for reduced application fees or infrastructure charges, that would need to come back for council for consideration. So that's a transparent process. And then I guess you as elected officials get to make a decision, say, is this achieving the strategic objective of the policy? If the answer to that is yes, then you may choose to proceed and say, we will accept this applicant and grant them access to the funding, despite the fact that the standard criteria which we've listed out and agreed to previously are not all being complied with. Hopefully that provides some assurances that there's flexibility being built into the system to allow these, sort of left of field concepts which still deliver, good outcomes for the community. through that policy.
Thank you. And since I did mention the Minister, I might just say in public, I was very grateful to be offered an opportunity to meet. Her housing is not her core ministerial portfolios, but she had, it was a very open ear and in hoping to bring forward any opportunities on the island. So I thank her for it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillors, I've actually lost track. Councillor Hughes, would you like to sum up?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Great conversations. We've all got the right intent. We just need to make sure we do it correctly to the best support of council, our council officers in administering, but also in our support of our families and friends helping each other. So with that, I'm happy with that officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. Councillors, if I can see a show of hands, those for the motion as put.
Aye.
That is supported unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to area 16 of our agenda, review of the policy for landfill remediation separate charge. Can I have a mover and a seconder for that, please? Move Councillor Hughes, seconded Councillor Boglari. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Hughes?
Would I what? For those that follow, this is very close to my heart, and I want to just thank the officers in moving this report 16.1, review of the landfill remediation separate charge policy. There has been a lot of council eyes across this for quite a while. It's a 3-year review and revision, and I wanted to thank the report author, Paula Kemplay. She has been tremendous in working with this understanding. From memory, and I think the CFO has just stepped out of the room, we've got about 22 landfill sites across our city. We have some really significant sites and we've got a couple of smaller minor sites. However, when we talk about our finances earlier in the meeting, it was point 19 in our annual report where we actually have that separate line item where everyone, when they're paying their rates, there is the landfill remediation separate charge on your rates. There is about, and I'll turn my page back to the earlier, $14.68 million sitting in our general fund, and we have that now in a special line, and this review and update brings together this policy in line with those changes that we've made to our annual report. As the CFO pops back into the room, thank you very, very much for the support of officers in getting this policy just right and contemporary to where we're at in dealing with landfill. It is a moving feast, literally.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. Do I have any speakers against? No? Sorry. Oh, and do you need to sum up, Councillor Hughes, with that? Oh, put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Williams? She might be away.
Aye.
Oh, there she is. And that's supported unanimously. Thank you. Moving on, we have a late report. Councillors, this is one you may have to go out and go in. I believe Councillor Mitchell is the local area councillor asked to speak to that. So I can have as a mover and a seconder is Councillor Boglari. Councillor Mitchell, would you like to speak to the report?
Yes, I will, and particularly pertinent with this morning's petition, I'll note that. Really grateful that this report was brought through, so I'll try and move through fairly quickly, but I want to go through a bit of the detail. The purpose, of course, is to update the ongoing works within the Cleveland Aquatic Centre and the future planning of the facility, but there's also some commentary on some of the other swimming opportunities around our area embedded in the report. Cleveland Aquatic Centre is on state land. This may be known by many, of course, but not by all, and managed in trust by council. The centre is the only council-owned aquatic centre in our city. Provides a mix of aquatic facilities, and we all know there's a 50-metre pool, 25-metre, the indoor 20-metre pool, which is for learn to swim, venture playground, the rapid river ride. 50-metre pool was actually put in 1978. So it's incredible build. Built it to last. 25-metre pool in the mid-90s, the outdoor adventure playground and the rapid river around 2007. And certainly the facility can be called an ageing asset, much like some of us in the room. But that doesn't mean it's not still fantastically worthwhile. I didn't look that way. And as we invest in ourselves, our investment is continuing in the facility to ensure it remains safe and fit for purpose prior to the future master planning and significant upgrade. And that's really important to give confidence to the community who do love the pool, and the pool is well loved by many in the community, as are many of our swimming areas, foreshore and otherwise. It's under management by Belgravia Leisure. That's to June 2026. And apart from anything we talk about from council extra investment at the moment, there's $55,000 or up to per annum that the operator needs to spend on that daily maintenance to keep it in good action. I want to go over the next two paragraphs a little bit, but it does talk to there are 12 private facilities owned, and actually I will note one. Cleveland State Pool is got a new operator coming in soon, so that's going to be opening up more services. Yeah, it's really a new provider coming in, so that's great use of those facilities coming through. So it's not all on council. There are lots of private investment going in, and some of these state facilities are being used, which is wonderful. And obviously, beautiful beach at Wello, over on Stratty, plenty of them. Raven Bay, Foreshore, Coochie. We got plenty of areas where we can go and swim, supported by council infrastructure. We'll note the 2019 Deloitte report that has been quoted a little bit and misquoted quite a lot, unfortunately, out in the community by some. It was a condition assessment reference there that was from 2014. So it's ancient information. That report was a redacted report, and at the time it was certainly noting that the pool was ageing and deteriorating, and that's fair enough, and the need for capital upgrades to keep it operational. Since then, of course, though, significant work has been done. So the information that was out in the community from a redacted line was not really accurate, because we'd caught up, we'd done the spending, and that was there. So that's important for the community to understand as well. Since 2020, annual condition assessments have been carried out. That's fantastic. And any of the structural improvements have been done in a logical and sequential manner. If you remember, $1.3 million major upgrade in 2020, that was with the support of Council and the Queensland Government through the COVID Works for Queensland funding. One of the few good things that have come out of COVID was some investment there. And that included the refurbishment of the pools, the play and the kiosk areas, which are really looking pretty schmick in some of those, the concourse, shade facilities, new pool filters, those I think they're glass filters. That's made an incredible difference to the clarity of some of that water. And something that's sort of, I don't think we've spoken about, and the community hasn't either, the 100 kilowatt solar system that's there, out of mind, out of sight, up the top. It's fantastic, a really major investment in that renewable energy through there. So, and beg, if I get past my 5, please let me know, but I'll beg a little indulgence, seeing it's quite topical. The works program looking forward, that's really important. I really thank councillors through the budget process, where we encourage the organisation to bring forward the extra spend, or the appropriate spend for this year, that $416,000 on top of the normal operational spend, and that's really going to be useful this year, and that's going to be underway soon. These renewal works are informed by the most current condition assessments, and that will include refurbishment of some of the buildings, painting, replacement of the change room flooring, which was mentioned today, and it's ready. Absolutely, they're not wrong, and some of the fixtures and fittings. So that's really terrific. Later on, some of the pathways and fences that will also be replaced. So some of those things we see, and I think that was what rang through to me. the back of house stuff that's been really enhanced isn't seen, but it's really was expensive, valuable, important work, but it's not the bits we see. And they're the how's your father bits that you can look at when you go in, and I think that will really be enhanced this year with that spending, and some great work by the operator and council moving forward. And thanks again to the councillors who are all, I know, very interested in that, in the pool. Future direction, I will go on to that for a moment. There is future planning for the pool. It's in a replacement. It's in the forward capital works. It's there for everyone to see. But importantly, the planning for that needs to say contemporary. The world has changed, things have changed, so we don't do the planning now if the pool's going to be replaced in 10 years' time. You want to do that closer to, and that's there. So that's for everyone to see. Planning will be done. It will be contemporary, so we get the right thing at the right time that will be great value for money. So, I mean, I wish we could bring everything forward. We can't, and that's just the way it is. But there is great planning, there is a great strategy, there is a great intent, and it's there for us all to see. So, just wrapping up, that's the report. But outside,
we can wrap up, Councillor.
Thank you.
Please.
I appreciate the indulgence. I think if I can just speak to because I'm a great user of the pool regularly, I know Councillor Hughes is, and some of the other councillors around here. So we get it, and we get some of the angst. And I really appreciate the public interest in it as well. I hope they're comforted with the solid plan, solid investment. The recently, Belgravia regional manager has, and this was in the pipeline anyway, but has really put a fast track on it to bring forward community stakeholder meetings, and I'm absolutely sure council will be at that, and that will really help with that communication. I think there's a gap in communication out there. I absolutely believe there is. Council can take a little bit of a brickbat for that maybe if we don't update our Your Says or websites as diligently or as frequently, so let's do that a little bit better. But I think internally at the pool and for those users, that Belgravia run process I think is really going to help as well. So I look forward to that. So thanks, councillors, for being so interested to the community and council, and look forward to that facility being in great shape for a long time.
Thank you. And given this is a report for noting, and do we have any speakers against? If you've got a question or what, can you just categorise for me what you want to have a comment? I'll let you have a comment if you want.
There's quite a few things I'd like to say, so I might actually very respectfully and with great delicacy use the opportunity to speak against.
Okay.
But what I'd like to say is I think that there's something taking place that's really important for us to understand in our community. And so first of all, I want to say thank you so much to officers for this report. It's really important for us to have this certainty, and everyone knows that some of us have been asking questions about this facility for quite some time. There have been quite a few changes and public announcements regarding this facility, not the least of which was in relation to a report from 2014, which is referenced here, that basically said that it was, it was toward end of life and plans were needed to be conducted. And that's when a discussion with other stakeholders led to a bigger plan that looked at an amalgamated use of the site, and other decisions were made with different pieces of infrastructure and skating moving to other areas to create more space. Then there was a consideration to move to the Birkdale Community Precinct, and that went out to consultation, including a 50-metre swimming pool, which the community clearly would have been wanting to support because that was a 50-metre FINA quality world-class swimming facility, and then that dropped out. And I don't think we've gone back to review our commitment to this core piece of important infrastructure. I think we need to do that. I would like to move the alternate motion that we do have a report come back to us. Option 2.
We have a live motion on the floor.
I understand. I'm flagging that, if I may, that if we resolve to request further information relating to the Cleveland Aquatic Centre, there's a few other things that I think are...
Councillor, if I can, I believe
Sorry, I'm just. There's a few more things I'd like to say.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to. Just one thing I would like.
I'm just flagging that.
Yep, that's fine. Clarification, because my understanding is that council has confirmed our commitment to the pool through this chamber, and that there is no intention to move or close the pool.
So sorry, let me continue, and I'll add more context because that's what I was doing, and you came in halfway.
Okay,
as I was saying.
I thought you said that we hadn't done that.
What I'm suggesting is there's been lots of decisions made, and some of those considerations were looking at other places in the city where this facility might go. And so there's questions, I think, in the community. And when we're suggesting that in the year 28, 29, we may come back and then do substantive changes, I think that the other thing that's really important for us to consider is this is an Olympic decade, and swimming is the most successful sport in Australia's sporting history. It is the opportunity for us to support local young people with a refurbishment when funding will be likely to be flowing during this decade. I think since this has dropped out from strategic involvement with the Birkdale Community Precinct, I don't think we've picked it back up. And when this report refers to the other pools that are existing across the city, I think there's alignment with that we need to understand about where are they moving in terms of trending. The 5 patrolled beaches, the 7 swim enclosures. I regularly receive questions about how our commitment to the status of those. I think we should have more information come back, and I think we should look strategically at getting information, appreciate what we've done, but there comes a point when spending money on this facility, there's only so much time before money spent could be seen as money wasted. I think we need to have a strategic look at the citywide analysis for our commitment to this aquatic facility and try and bring forward how we can work with the groups, the schools, the organisations, individuals that benefit from the pool, and look at it a very high priority. And I think it should be put into the corporate plan as a priority. And I'm pleased to see the date has moved forward, but previously I was hearing that plans for upgrades were really not until the outer years beyond the 10-year capex, which I think is I think it's important that we revise our thoughts about how much we make this a clear commitment, and we look at funding opportunities. I think we should try to get more ask officers to bring back more information, and look at how we can jointly get support from other stakeholders and the state government. Also noting that Councillor Mitchell's suggestion that to have community stakeholder meetings with people led by Belgravia, it's likely that questions will be asked about what is council's commitment, and if we haven't done that strategic comprehensive analysis across the city, I think those questions will continue.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Councillor Boglari, are you a speaker for? Okay. Before I move on to that, were you a speaker for, Councillor Mackenzie?
I have a question.
Okay, then I'll come back and ask you to ask your question, Councillor Boglari.
Because after reading the report, and I've had comments, like every councillor I think in this room has had comments ever since I got in, about the pool, and I see where it's, now escalated to in the community. I rang Dr. Davis and we had a chat about the pool, and I said, going forward, could councillors sit down and have an overall workshop on it, what's been done, where we're at, and have this going into the budget deliberations next year, so that if we want to do a strategic direction to put more funding towards the pool at an earlier time, that it's actually listed to be, and I'd like Dr. Davies to be able to talk, because I think
I'm sure that's open to us. But
that's right.
So
Dr. Davies is.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Council officers are always open to that during budget review, and also open to any briefing that you would like to bring forward. We did bring a briefing back last year in April to look at the strategic approach to the aquatic facilities, and that's where the commitment to Cleveland has been stated previously, but we're happy to. But through the budget process, we have budget workshops, we have capital budget workshops, so absolutely we can look at that.
Thank you.
Wanted that to be stated, thank you, by the General Manager publicly, so people listening, including the petitioner this morning, can hear that we are committed to going forward in the budget deliberations, that the pool will definitely be an item to be discussed.
Yep. And as has just been confirmed, we have looked at strategically and we have confirmed that it will continue.
And and as Peter said, can we ask for it to be on the workshop list, please, through the CEO or whoever does that list?
Yep.
And I just want to reiterate what Councillor Mitchell said. It was your commitment that brought additional funds this financial year to the Cleveland Aquatic Centre. It was absolutely your desire and your wish, and we have actually implementing that additional funds that wasn't in the original proposal for the capital.
So strategically, we have already decided that we do support the pool, we continue to support the pool, and we can respond as required in future budgets. You had a question, Councillor Mackenzie? Yep, Councillor Mackenzie?
Yes, can I have confirmation that we have actually received a workshop on an overview of the city and the aquatic facilities that are in the city, both publicly and privately owned? Can we have that workshop notes redistributed to councils to refresh their memory that we have had that workshop? Thanks.
Yep.
You
CEO?
probably got them all in your archive.
I'm sure.
Boards.
Yeah.
I think they're probably on your system right now.
Yeah, we have had that.
In your archive diligent boards, 2022. It's in it.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I think we've finished discussing that, and I have lost track. Who was the mover? Councillor Mitchell, I should have known that. Would you like to sum up?
Just very briefly, I think the depth of the discussion reflects the depth of commitment that we have made, and thank you for saying that it was councillors that brought that forward this year. We are strongly committed, and one comment on the community engagement, Councillor Bishop, I note that it may raise questions. Fantastic. Isn't that great? And through Belgravia, that will then flow back through. But importantly, that's being led by that operator, and would invite other councillors actually to be involved in that in any way they like. Through
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillors, with that, we'll put the vote. Those in favour of noting this report? Councillor Williams?
Aye.
That's carried unanimously. Thank you. I don't believe we have any notices of intention to repeal or amend. So moving on to section 18, we have a notice of motion from Councillor Bishop. Councillor Bishop, would you like to present your notice of motion?
Yes, thank you, Chair. In accordance with section 6.16 of Council meeting standing orders at the general meeting today, I hereby move as follows. The Council resolves as follows. 1.
Sorry, Councillor, could I just get a seconder for this motion? Seconded, Councillor Boglari. Go on.
Thank you. To finalise and release all studies and attachments relating to known and perceived matters of national, state and local environmental significance regarding the Birkdale Community Precinct, including full appendices from the Raptor Ecological Assessment Report and concerning Environmental Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act 1999 matters. 2, to conduct relevant site-wide groundwater, hydrology and hydrogeological studies. And 3, to continue to meaningfully engage with community members on matters relating to the site so we can manage future plans in line with expectations of Redland's ratepayers. Shall I read the background as well?
I'm imagining that's your argument for, so...
Well, I'll leave that as stated, but if I may, I would like to speak to the item.
Well, yes, that's your prerogative now.
Okay. Councillors, I know that we all want to leave a lasting positive legacy with regard to this site, which we know is of special community interest. Certainly officers have done amazing work compiling reports to date, and I commend them for that work. Thank you very much. Residents have also told us that their highest priority overwhelmingly during consultation for this site is the retention, protection and preservation of the naturally wonderful values of the place. which we inherited, and we bought the land, and we're now responsible for managing those values on behalf of the community. Now, during the recent statutory consultation phase for the proposed Local Government Infrastructure Designation, LGID, there were some concerns raised during submissions that some members of the community were critical that appendices to the environmental documents shared on our website were not publicly made visible during that consultation phase. Now, we owe it to our community to offer full access to those appendix documents, in addition to the great work that's already been done. And I believe that they should have been attached to the Raptor Ecological Assessment Report. They are referred to, that's Report F, and it refers to appendices which have not been made visible, and these are the reports that I'd substantively like us to make visible to the public. One is the EPBC Act Environmental Significance Impact Assessment Report. Now, this is important because it would ensure that we have done all of our EPBC matters and addressed them to ensure that we're not crossing the threshold of self-referral. The community are just seeking assurance that that is all done, and if we can make that visible, that would be greatly appreciated. Also, the Raptor Marine Plant Disturbance Plan, which is another plan, and then there's the Raptor Wildlife Habitat Management Plan. If we can make those visible, it will give community the assurance that those works have been done and will be considered prior to the adoption of the LGID. So these attachments were requested during submissions, but so far Council has chosen not to share them. And so I'm asking that they be released before we advance our plans for the LGID. That will just give confidence to residents that we will protect the matters identified and give extra assurance to anyone who is asking questions. Another matter that was raised during submissions was relating to groundwater, and there are several submissions that touched on this, and one focused primarily on the issue, saying that a shallow groundwater table is often the major water source for established trees and forests. In an earlier round of public consultation, the Empower Engineering Infrastructure Report from 2020 advised limiting the depth of excavation to avoid interfering with the shallow aquifer. That report did not at the time consider a whitewater rafting facility or the now approved master plan elements as part of its brief. The recent LGID consultation documents did not include further hydrogeological studies, and so that's why I think they need to be done. I did not see, and we did not see, the issues raised by the LGID submissions relating to groundwater addressed or raised in the comments responses from officers. So groundwater is the lifeblood of this whole property. It's the heart and soul of what sustains every creature, tree, plant and animal. It always has, and we have a legislated responsibility to make sure that it will always be there. We must not stop the flow of consolidated sedimentary aquifers, which is a term, that are mapped in the Department of Environment's wetland-dependent ecosystems on that site. The Queensland Water Act 2000 should also give us reasons to conduct groundwater studies. There's also a concern that's been expressed regarding the potential impact on the surrounding eucalypt forest. Given the proximity of groundworks to the saline estuary, it's important that these shallow freshwater aquifers be protected. I've recently seen evidence of the recently constructed Paris Whitewater Rafting Olympic Centre that had to excavate 50,000 cubic metres of soil just to construct the canoe slalom sections. So similar earthworks are likely to be required on this site. Could that risk the flows of waters and aquifer? We know that we won't know that unless we do these studies. Additionally, we have recently committed to deliver comprehensive construction of the enabling elements for the precinct, which includes construction of access roads, car parks, power, water and drainage, all of which will require degrees of excavation that could disrupt the delicate water flows that sustain this entire site.
Councillor,
Water is critical to the ecology.
I don't want to interrupt you because I gave a lot of latitude to Councillor Mitchell previously, but have you
Not much to go.
A lot to go? Thank you.
So water is critical to the ecology, to the First Nations people, to the European pioneers, to the Australian government and the American military who built the site together, and because of the highly conductive wet mat qualities that were known on the site, it remained the most exceptional radio receiving station in the Southern Hemisphere for over 75 years. And that's the reason that the land remains intact and undamaged by modern development to this point. So if we can make sure that we don't disrupt the delicate groundwater, and do groundwater hydrology, hydrogeology studies to make sure that the aquifers are protected on the site, I think that's important. And in terms of consultation, I note that once we adopt the LGID, if we do, there is no further statutory legislative requirement there's no further requirement for statutory consultation with our community. Now, I know that there is a significant difference between statutory and non-statutory consultation. One is binding in legislation and the other may be open to interpretation. This notice of motion seeks assurance that whatever happens, we will continue to meaningfully engage with the many diverse communities of interest and specialist communities of practice that have an ongoing interest in helping to bring this site to life. I note that the final comments in Council Officer's report on the comments to submission suggests that, and I quote, all these matters will be subject to public scrutiny through the regulatory planning approval processes, with most studies, and I would like to suggest that all, plans and management reports to be conditioned as enduring requirements for the delivery of the Birkdale Community Precinct. With that, I'd like to request that councillors support the transparency and just allowance for the community to have comfort in our suggestions that the work that has been done will be made visible, and just working with the local government principles of transparency and meaningful consultation. That's the spirit of this motion, and I request your support, please.
Thank you, Councillor. I do note that there has been information provided by officers in regard to all of these reports and what has been released. So I might ask Officer Isles if he could give a précis of that information and the views of the organisation on these requests, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Look, happy to take that up. And look, I believe I spoke to most of these matters last month in relation to that, and I certainly appreciate it. And I think for absolute clarity, the officers share all of the intent that the councillor is expressing there around the values of the site and our intention to preserve those in full. I am, 100% confident that officers have done all of the work to ensure that we are preserving and protecting all of the matters of national, environmental and state and local significance, and the work that's done there. Our point was and remains that the LGID process is really a small piece of statutory part of the process. Those reports most critically informed our development of the master plan. First and foremost, that was their critical role to inform the formation of how we were to develop the site, and now, in terms of how we move forward with its ultimate assessment or regulatory control, those reports to us are less critical in that sense. However, the overarching ecological report there summarised and noted all of the content, and that was the material that was released to the public. Our view was and remains that the appendices weren't critical to allow the community to assess the aspects of the LGID as it was going through, as that's the specific piece that we were consulting on at the time. That was our position, and it remains that position now. But I appreciate the views of the councillor in terms of seeking the release of the rest of the reports. In relation to the groundwater, look, I guess I would probably summarise that officers just have a different opinion to the councillor and that of the community. I'd probably suggest we have better and further information than perhaps the councillor and the community. I think we absolutely share the views of protecting and understanding the nature of groundwater. It's just that we have information at hand that assures us that we're doing that. The report that the councillor referenced from Empower back in 2020 found bedrock at sub 4.5, 5 metres underground. It found groundwater flows at some instances on bedrock. So that is the aquifer, the council, that is considered to be shallow by all regards in the grand scheme of groundwater. Now, the deepest excavation that will occur here on site will be around 2 metres, 2.2 metres. So we're well above the aquifer. We're well above the groundwater. Our view and that of the state project in the PVR processes as they're doing the more detailed design is that the excavation can occur without interrupting those flows. So that remains our position. We believe that there's been I'll hazard a guess here, which is dangerous, but 30 plus groundwater, 30 plus bore drill work done on site to understand the geology. There's been a new tranche of drill work done only in the last few months to further inform our position on that. And as a result of that, we understand the hydrology, where the water is moving through the site and where it's not. So I guess we are very confident that the whitewater venue can occur without affecting groundwater. The rest of the site is a park. It has essentially no excavation at all. It won't affect groundwater because we won't be going more than a few hundred mil below ground, and most of the time that'll be just in the topsoil material to allow us to construct probably the deepest roads and the road boxes. So we're very confident and remain so that the groundwater hydrology and hydrogeology is understood. We don't believe we need to undertake further studies at great cost for negligible benefit when we understand how the construction will occur, and we're confident that the impacts won't occur. In relation to the last point, look, we concur with the councillor's point. There was a comment in the master plan report, which was brought to you in March of this year, that talked about our intention to release a further framework around how we would consult with the community around community activation, social values, and that is a piece of work which we intend to complete when we've completed the LG process. So, and that will document and put a framework around, as the council has said, what might be statutory and non-statutory. What we as officers and you as council then might like to see how you might engage with the community in a non-statutory kind of way. So I'd suggest that that's just a piece of work that we will be bringing back to you at an appropriate point in time, but we definitely share the intent of continuing to meaningfully engage with the community on the precinct. Hopefully that answers the question.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers against? Councillor, did you have a question? I'll just allow Councillor Hughes' question. Sorry, one moment, Councillor Hughes. Oh, thank you. Councillor Hughes, a question.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Bishop, for bringing this notice of motion. And I know that it's really important to our community, and transparency is high on your radar, as is all of us. So with that in mind, through yourself, Deputy Mayor, back to Officer Isles, and Chris, with regard to the reports that you've referenced, that this in my mind, I'm understanding we've got bits of these reports that have come together to make a larger report that has been released to the public. So is there any confidential information in the reports that haven't been released? Like, why didn't we release all of these reports initially? As we would normally do on our website, we've got most reports. Was there a reason that we didn't?
I would imagine
come together.
I would imagine they're specialist technical reports, which are hard for people to understand. But we'll ask the officer to respond.
I just want to truly try to understand. Why we're not happy to release them, or not that we're not happy. Is there a reason we're not releasing them? Thanks.
So thanks through you, Deputy Mayor, Councillor, for your question. And in terms of your first comment, look, that is correct, that there is a range of sub-reports that all come together in an overarching environmental summary report. Why we didn't release them at the time, I guess it was just our view that they weren't required to inform the LG process. So there's lots of material out there. It was just that was our officer opinion. There is no reason that we can't release them. We're happy to do so if that's your view or desire, and we're happy to make that material available. There's nothing in there that we would see to be confidential. We just didn't deem it was, I guess, essential at the time in terms of informing the LG process as we were working our way through, because all of the material was summarised within an overarching environmental report at the top. So that was just our officer opinion at the time.
That answers your question, Councillor.
Thank you. And on point 3, to continue to meaningfully engage with community members, Chris, you've just mentioned that is our intent. Do we have any timeline? Do we have any thing solid that we can go to our community on and say, for an example, we'll come back to you on a 12-monthly basis, on a 6-monthly basis, or we'll chat with you again in 2 years when we get to this specific timeline? How are we going to meaningfully engage with community? Thanks, because I think that's relevant in my support of this motion for or against Councillor Bishop. If we're already doing this work, do we need to have another motion? Thank you.
Thank you again for your question. My response would probably be less around time frames and regularity of how we would contact, and probably more on matters of what we would engage in at the right point in time. So as an example, as we commence construction of the Parkland precinct, we would, and I think I've given this example in the past, if you were doing a park or a playground anywhere, we would go out to the community and say, here's our plans for this park precinct. What are your thoughts? That is exactly how we would do that. It's just, this is a park of parks. So I would imagine as or when we have parts of the precinct available where we're seeking to now start construction, we will be putting plans out there seeking community input on aspects of that part. We're not going to deliver this as one single large project. It is going to be a park of parks. So that's what we would see us doing. And so I don't see that as being every 6 months or 12 months. It'd be as or when we get to a critical point where we would normally engage with the community on key things. We're continuing to provide updates through the Your Say site as things occur on the site. So we provided updates in relation to Willard's Farm and other activities on the site. So yes, we're continuing to engage with the community, make them aware of things. So we will engage with the community whenever is required in accordance with standard council processes. So I'd probably be reluctant to put a time frame to a councillor because I don't know that we may not do anything on site for a year or 2 years, which may not necessitate engagement of the community, if that assists.
Thank you. And Councillor Boglari had a question.
I'll start in reverse because you just talked about the community consultation. I agree that don't put timeframes on it, but do it for each thing as when needed. I just want to make sure it does happen though, because we are going to go down this LGID process where everything will be just like code, and it's not like it's an impact development or anything. So that is definitely in the plan, that each section the plans will go out and community will have a chance for that feedback.
Councillor, so thank you again for the question. And I think the comment, if I link it back to us building a normal park, we don't have a conversation whether those are coded impacts.
Yep.
In relation to a park. That's not what this is about, engaging with them. And we would release plans and seek input as we would with any other project of scale across our city. And that is how we envisage to do it. In terms of whether we will do that, the commitment is in the March report that the council endorsed, that we would bring a further piece of work back, which is around the framework around community engagement, social values, and public and community activation. That's a commitment that was in the reports that you adopted in March of this year. So I have an obligation to bring that report back, and that's certainly our intention to do that once we've concluded the LGID. There's no point bringing that report back if the LGID's not passed. So I guess that will be the next piece in the puzzle once we have confirmation that that's where you're seeking us to go in terms of the form of development.
Yeah, thank you. Because I think the community always had some degree of ownership over the land. We've all driven by for 30 years and looked at the goat ladies, animals and everything. But once we had those 2 open days out there, the community really embraced the area. So I think it's important that they keep being involved. You've mentioned some reports that weren't released because they were a really high technical level. That's one thing I've learned about our community. Everyone out there's a lot smarter than me when we start talking. I would never underestimate anyone in our community. We've got no, not even our grade 4s yesterday. They threw some curly questions at me. So I totally agree. If there are reports that haven't been released, just release them. If there isn't, some sort of contract information in there, which is... So when could that possibly happen? It was my question.
Thank you. So if I could just clarify.
I think that's been answered.
I believe it was the Deputy Mayor's words that they were highly technical in nature and shouldn't be released, not my words. My words were that they weren't relevant or necessary for someone to make a submission or to understand the LG because they were summarised within the overarching report, for clarity. In relation to when they could be released, if that is your view today, they could be uploaded to your site as quickly as we can do that.
Great, thank you. And then with the groundwater, you stated that you had some information that perhaps you had better and further information, than the community, which totally convinces you. You're adamant that we're not going to affect the groundwater, which is extremely important to that site, as Councillor Bishop has already stated. So that information, is that part of those reports, which was really technical, or can that information also be released?
I think it's part of the reports that are already released. Is that not correct?
No.
No, councillors, thank you for the question. No, it is actually part of the reference design, which is part of the PVR process. So at this stage, that information can't be released. As we discussed at the last month's meeting, that information remains confidential until such a time as the state government releases its PVR process. But I guess picking up on the commentary from the report that Councillor Bishop read out and the recommendation from Empower to ensure that no works occur within proximity of these shallow aquifers, I guess the confidence we have is that we know as to the maximum excavation. We now have we have earthworks modelling plans to know what our depths of excavations will be at their greatest, and we know that we'll have several metres of coverage before we start getting down to the levels where any groundwater was identified or found as part of the bore work and drilling work done on site.
All right, so I'd still like to keep dot point 2 in here, to conduct relevant groundwater sites, but I'd like to add on the end or something.
So, Councillor, are you moving an amendment to the
No,
motion?
I just wanted to ask if that was possible to add on something like if and when required, because you're saying for what we're predicting we're going to be doing now in construction-wise, you've got sufficient evidence, but it has been mentioned that maybe the groundwater might be used to actually fill the pools, fill the whitewater rafting. So that then would need more technical reporting, wouldn't it?
Absolutely, and that's our commitment, which we've made to Councillor Bishop in multiple emails, that should situations change or should we ultimately elect to use groundwater for irrigation on the site, that would necessitate those studies. But
that would need more studies.
But
absolutely.
That's already stated part of the process, that whether this gets up or not, that the officers have said multiple times that will be there, and if it forms part of a major decision, it will be available.
It has been stated. Is it in writing anywhere? Is it in a report anywhere? So we can go back to that. No?
Look, I'd have to check the record from last month's, the minutes, but I'm pretty sure I said it then, but happy to state it here if it assists that.
Said is different to having it in a report.
We haven't brought a report on this matter,
no.
Nor would we, because we said we don't believe that we need to undertake these studies.
But we will if we're going to be using the groundwater to fill the pool.
That would be part of our regulatory and legislative obligations. You couldn't use that water without performing and undertaking the requirements to attain the required state approvals. It's
already required in law.
Yeah, so it'll be down the track if needed. So maybe, Councillor Bishop might like to just add, to conduct, because we've obviously got the relevant groundwater reports and that now, but you might like to say an ongoing, or something at the end of it.
Okay, if that's not an amendment to the motion, Councillor, would you like to sum up?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions, if I may. Would you rather, is that possible?
Yeah. Have you not had all your questions? The officers have stated they've answered all of your questions.
No, just with regards to discussions that have come up, because one of the things that was mentioned that the appendices weren't critical. I just want to clarify the terms of the submission period, which was the only statutory phase of consultation that we've done through you, Chair.
Yeah.
Were specifically tied to comment on the technical documents that underpin the LGID. Now, given that, my question is to not
Councillor, I think the officers
reports.
have already said that is not their opinion. That is your opinion, but you're making a statement back to them, which is not their opinion.
No, well, the LGID... Yeah, I'll sum up and I'll note what Councillor Boglari has said, and I'll also thank the officers for the concession of being able to release the studies. I think that's really important and will give confidence to the community. I think that's really what this intent is from the very beginning. That's what we've been seeking to do, and many of us have been asking for reports to be done. If we can release all of the information, I think that will give comfort. If people are happy for us to leave the wording as it is, I want to thank everyone, and also just acknowledge that there is huge capacity in our community to become involved with consultation. And I would suggest that because there's so much information, trying to help people make sense of it will require some comprehensive understanding to make the data visible and also comprehensible. That's going to take some time, and I think it's work that can start sooner rather than later. And I would like to that's the intent. So I'd like to, if I may,
thank you.
That.
Okay, and if I can just make comment on that last part, it sounds to me like you're actually in unison with the officers, because the reports you're talking about releasing will need explanation, and that is part of the reason that they have been summarised and up into the main report, which is already
no,
out
it's
there.
a bit different.
Okay. Anyway, with that, I put the motion. Those in favour? We have a division. Those in favour: Councillor Boglari, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Berridge, Councillor Bishop. Those against: Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Edwards, Councillor Mackenzie. Councillor Hughes, you were not in the negative, but you were not in the positive. Okay, if I just ask for Councillor Williams while we're waiting.
In the negative, Councillor Talty.
And Councillor Talty. Councillor Hughes is in the negative also. Thank you. Okay, with that, the motion is lost. Moving on, councillors. Now, we do have one item in confidential, so I will be led by you whether you want to go into confidential to discuss it.
Chair, I haven't been updated on what I'm supposed to do in regards to my conflict.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Yep, just give me a moment. So, councillor, if you don't have that... Lance, your microphone.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, and thank you, members of the community. No, not necessarily. Just waiting till we get Lance sorted out before we decide if we're going into confidential. Councillor, are you ready to make a declaration or not?
Yes, I am, very shortly.
They haven't been asked to leave. They're leaving of their own fruition. So,
You go.
Okay, Councillor Hewlett. Councillor Hewlett.
I, Councillor Lance James Hewlett, declare that I have a prescribed conflict of interest in item 20.1 at the general meeting on 11th of October 2023. This is due to I received in-kind donations and purchase of raffle tickets during a previous council election from a company that is mentioned in the report. They also were sponsors of the Redlands Community Charity Breakfast, a past event, which was organised by my wife. I'll exclude myself from the meeting while the matter is being discussed.
Oh, sorry, we don't need to vote because Councillor Hewlett has said he will exclude himself from the matter. Well, we're not going just yet. So, councillors, I will ask someone to put the motion whether we go into confidential or not, but that vote will reflect whether you need to or not. So, is there any need to go into confidential? So, moved.
No, you don't.
Moved. Sorry.
You don't need to put, if you're not going to go into confidential, you don't need a vote. You just go straight to the item.
But I would have thought the councillors indicate whether they want to go into confidential or not through the vote. That's how I normally do it, but that's fine. Okay, so councillors, is there anyone that needs to go into confidential for questions?
No, thanks for asking.
Okay, with that, we'll ask Councillor Hewlett to leave the room. Thank you. And we're moving to item 20.1. Yep. It is a confidential. Oh, that's the public domain, so that's fine. Yep.
Could we please have on the screen the motion?
The recommendation,
the officer's recommendation, yes.
For the confidential item. We'll just give us a moment to get that. been a marathon effort, councillors. You're doing well. We're nearly there. Okay, so we have the motion now on the screens. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please, for the motion as it's there? I see Councillor Mitchell had his hand up and Councillor Bishop to second. Is that right? Yeah. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Mitchell, within the limitation? Okay, no, you can't. You can't. Okay, good, that's fine. It's getting late in the day. Okay, so we have a mover and a seconder. So with that, I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Williams?
Aye.
That's carried unanimously with Councillor Hewlett out of the room. And with that, councillors, we are at the end of our meeting. So yes, thank you to all the officers, and we declare it closed at 1:36 p.m. Thank you.